All right. In YouTube Studio, I created, so do I schedule stream? Why? Okay, so I agree. Oh. You do see what I see. Okay, so I agree. Oh. You do see what I see. Okay, so I agree. Oh. Why does it keep repeating? Okay, so I agree. Oh. Why does it keep repeating? Okay, so I agree. Oh. Why does it keep repeating? Okay, so I agree. Oh. Why does it keep repeating? Okay, so I agree. Oh. Why does it keep repeating? Okay, so I agree. Oh. Where's my phone? Why does it keep repeating? Okay, so I agree. Oh. Where's my phone? Why does it? Oh. There. Oh no, you're still muted there. Okay, so I. And it's echoing in my microphone. Or not echo. Yeah. So I. Shrinking. So stream I agree. Just keeps echoing and repeating.
Well, is it normal?
Oh, okay, tell me what I need to do.
It's something we can overcome, I'm not sure. Because, hold on.
Well, there. Oh no, you're still muted. Okay, so I. And it's echoing in my microphone. Yeah. So I live. Shrinking. So I agree. Just keeps echoing and repeating. Why is that? Let me unplug the microphone.
Well, is it normal?
Okay, tell me what I need to do.
It's something we can overcome,
Okay.
I'm not sure.
It says right. Well, there. So how about I create? Okay, so it's like. And it's echoing my microphone. Yeah. So I live. So I agree.
Remember what Brenda said, that's why one of my
Okay. Okay.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Okay. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Hey, AJ, testing. Hey, AJ. Hello. Okay. How about now? Test. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, hold on. I gotta put this up so I can use my fingers here.
Okay, so everything is off on the ACEs, so let me go to this one.
Right, you can hear stuff. You want to make sure you can't hear anything.
Gotcha. Okay, so sound. The master volume on this one is still showing. Here and here we go. Okay. Off. Let's keep volume off. Did you get your email yesterday about? Okay, what about now? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. How's it now, AJ? No, we have people talking in the background. I do have it on. Yeah. Should I turn that off? I already muted it. I just stopped it. Here, but I'll turn it back. So now how about? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. How are we doing? Sorry, we have to move. Yes.
I can still hear that there's sound coming. I can hear myself. There's
Okay, let me turn them all off, and then we can turn them on one at a time. Okay.
Okay.
Zoom that in. Okay, turn that off. Okay, what about now? Test. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. You don't like Macintoshes? Cancellation. Okay, already did that, and making sound.
The computer that says main camera is to your right.
Right.
Does that computer have sound?
I just need what was down on that one. It's from the system.
Is it picking up audio?
That's what I'm looking right now in the advanced. Advanced, let me see what. Test. Good morning. It is not. Okay, and this one isn't either. Oh, I don't even have desktop audio. Oh, I could have turned it off. On the OBS. So the mic auxiliary is showing that the desktop audio is not, there's no sound currently because I have.
Wait a minute. Could be an OBS thing.
Oh, okay. Where do I go there?
But by the way, the sound is good from YouTube right now. I don't know what's going on, but right now I don't hear that going on YouTube.
Okay, because right now I turned off Yvonne's microphone on her computer.
Well,
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
sounds like you're pretty.
Okay.
But right now I see
Yeah, so all speakers are off.
Something that
Let me mute. So all speakers are off. Whether it's the connection. It's a lot. That is when most the video that I'll be copying most is all known. We're never going to do more calls. We're going to get those kind of basic understanding. So I guess the reverberation comes in when we turn Yvonne's desktop microphone back on. Oh, because OBS is picking up? Well, because right now it says desktop audio on OBS audio mixer. There's no sound at all. From Zoom. And that's what we want. We don't want desktop audio, correct?
You can hear yourself.
Mm-hmm. This is so bizarre. It shows all microphones off, but we hear sound. But there's no reverberation. There's no echo. Yay! It just does not make sense to me at all, but okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now.
Well, I could not ever get it to work. No, I have it. Okay, hang on. Let me plug it back in and see it. Now you can say it's like, oh. And you put me on the speaker just a second. I plug it in. And so now I can do this all over again. No, we couldn't ever get it to work. Right, and that was just through her MacBook. So you will not be able to use this.
Oh, the only other idea right now.
Mm-hmm. Is it coming from her? That I don't know. I have everything turned off, but it's coming from her MacBook.
Is there a microphone on that screen resident?
No. No, that's just a smart TV. It's stupid. It's a stupid TV. That is smart. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's just self-managed. I don't know. That's interesting. No idea. I saw everything in your book. Goodness. So it has to be a setting on her laptop. It's some kind of speaker, microphone, picking up. But there's no reverberation in the YouTube, right?
There's no reverberation, but it's not. And now, it's not one now.
All right.
Yeah.
How about this? No, it's echoing.
So now there is an echo.
Mhm.
There is an echo. There's two things going.
Yeah.
Look at that. What do you look at? That's large. She's like 4'11".
Yeah, I cannot figure it out. Yeah, let me go up here. Focus, display, sound shows. It is so bizarre. Input. Are you seeing this on your screen?
I can see it behind you.
Right. So how about now?
No, I don't see it.
Can you hear? Can you hear anything now, AJ?
I hear the same thing. You're in front of right now.
On Zoom?
How about now?
Walk around. No, wait. Before you do that, speak directly. See if I've heard it too. Speak directly into it. Let's see if that's what's catching it for you.
Speaking. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, what do you think?
Okay, that's not it.
No.
It's not picking it up.
Okay.
You can record. I think it's continuity behind this.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Can you hear me?
No, that's not it either.
Okay. Hang on. I'm going to turn everything. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now I'm going to mute this using. TV is muted. Okay. Oh, it's got a microphone there. Interesting.
Was it good? Did you sleep?
Oh, interesting. Oh, never mind.
I was in bed at 9:39.
Okay, the microphone button is the remote on the, okay. So, the remote in here, you can hold the button down on the
For me,
remote.
that's a lot of sleep.
Hit settings on that remote. Hit the settings thing. Go to audio settings.
Bluetooth headphones off. Also, audio on.
Audio. Is there any input stuff going on there?
Audio out. Speakers, TV speakers. No, there's no in at all. Well, that's right.
It's rolling down. It's always rolling down. So it's carrot.
Little spacer.
That's the hours.
We're used to like spreading out at home. And we just got a little it's like being on an airplane. Got a little compartment.
What about the input? Let's see if there's a particular screen, but there might be an input button somewhere on the side.
Okay, so let me see. Out.
Here, myself, something's recorded on.
Okay, well, I'm close to the other two, so let me figure out which one.
Yeah, but both of those say on.
I know, that's what's so bizarre.
Are those crystals next to the crystals on there?
Yeah, those are, they're the Himalayan salts, yes.
Hi, Mom.
How are you? How's it going? How are you?
Thank you. Yes. Mm-hmm.
The pulse and shade proof.
Yay! It does say Bluetooth headphones off.
I knew you were concerned about that.
Well, but that's what they want on the side too,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, I've got those. I didn't know that one. Whenever we move the camera, it raises my hands. I don't very All right, okay, so what are we gonna do now? Just,
Turning it on, we get the reverberation, but it's only on the YouTube, not on the Zoom. The Zoom's good. So I guess we take the sound from the Zoom. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All right, so we just take the sound from the Zoom then, like you suggested yesterday, to impose it onto YouTube. Okay. All right. Well, we have a counting hand, and we are 8:51, so we have to start in 9 minutes. All right. Thank you, sweetheart. All right. Bye-bye.
But if you guys do believe in what you're saying, okay, I will not read this. We're trying to make this effort, whatever community. And people have a hand. The way I see it, these devices remove a burden, but they don't. And we build more simplicity.
You want to address the question, you want to write the answer, like whatever?
Yeah.
Really?
Like, everyone backside, whatever works for you. We're just trying to get a general sense, not only from what's working, and what you like, what you think you can take home.
It's one page, right?
I think you gotta step back.
Right. Let's take it one more question.
Happy share.
Good luck reading that really fine. This isn't one really good.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Is that ready? Is that one? I'm so high. This one, so that was a 7. And there is there is this one. Oh, this is okay, so it's kind of the 7s, kind of the 7s.
This is one like on that note. Which is like on the evolution.
3-4-5 and 4. Yeah. And then that was not feeling all right, we're making a mess over here.
I'm very impressed with you like that. You know.
You told me, Bill. Yes, we do. We've got 6 minutes. Good morning, Mary. And let me know when I should be sharing my screen. And I'm about to start recording.
Recording in progress.
Right? I'm not sure.
Very interesting.
That's my guess.
This is cool. I have this all in pictures. I got this other day, this similar to this other day. I took pictures of every person. This is actually it's simplified. It's like 50 of them.
And what you want, I get not forcing it, and my in-laws, basically my husband, and then my sister and family. If you keep in the family, and you have some sort of event out, it becomes a money maker, you know. All right. You can share your screen. Okay. I'm behind there, and hang on, give me just a second to pull out. You betcha. And I will just say share and unshare when you start.
I had everything up, it is shut down, it looks like I lost my, what I had up.
You shouldn't have.
Okay. Unless it's back, I think I see something in the back, it was, yep, there it was behind. Here we are, this is where we are today, and that's as big as that screen gets. Just so you know, because it's portrait. No, we're good the way it is. Okay. And then you still need to, so the tab, command tab, you get to select what window you're in. Excellent. Because I put you back on here. So, I do need to make that. Hold on.
So we're going to start this morning with a brief review, and then we're going to go over the aerospace. So if you want to pull that down, imagine you're going to pull that with you. And some of you have already had a scan, some of you will pull it out if you're interested in a scan. And then this afternoon, we review the scan. Okay? And I'll say this once again one more time. where everybody touches it. When you have the scanner, pull it both ways, like this. It's all vibration, bone connection. Nice, yeah. A little bit of cross between, MRI and ultrasound. Anybody else have any questions before you get to Michelle or Gina? I'm doing all right. We're asking these, just help us and then this one, if you have a client, testimonial now, or if you get a testimonial while you're working on yourself. Okay. I do, I hope to change your year. So, I know that I wasn't clear. I think this is also the history of this one, and I know they look very similar. Fill that for you both? No, that's my hands. Okay. I'll go to this one. This one's specific to the class, the content, the instruction. I just answer questions. But everyone had it to me, I signed. I'll bring you one. I think it's different. Yeah.
There's no way we could find this. We're too much stuff going on. I think I should email Janelle.
Oh, really? We're ready. So, you want to look at that? Just so you share your screen. Then do the Alt or the Command tab to get to your. It'll be Chrome. Okay. Yep.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Yay. Did everybody that got work done do a foot soak last night? What I want you to understand is when you do work on yourself, you won't have to do this every single time, but if you do kind of some big work, you'll want to, and you'll begin to feel your own body to recognize, do I want to do that foot soak? If it's for your clients, absolutely have them do it because, you don't know the health of their liver or kidney, and your goal is not that they go home and they feel beat up, right? So the Epsom salt, what that does is we have over 8,000 large pores on the bottom of the feet. Epsom salt draws. So whether you put it in a full tub, it'll draw things out in about the first 20 minutes. And so what you're doing is as that's you released it, it's kind of floating through, you can help pull that out. Now it's not going through, or not as much as going through the kidney or the liver. Perfect. If you're just doing a small foot soak, there's a couple different thoughts, but it's a half a cup to a cup for a foot soak of Epsom salt. And there's lots of other things that you can add, and we can actually here at the center we have a diagram that gives you other recipes if you want to add them and why you might. So I know a couple of you are going to start today with and talking about scans. With the microcurrent, you're going to be able to locate problems in the body. But for those of you that are interested, we offer, there's other scans, they're different bioresonance scans. You may have heard of, I'm not full screen, am I? Thank you. Zytoscan, that's a bioresonance. That is a galvanic skin response. And we're going to take a look at what that report looks like.
There's also something called lead. That registers acupuncture or acupressure points and your meridians. We'll take a look at what that scan looks like. I've used and had all of these. I landed on this last one because of the imaging. Imaging can be huge for your client. And when you can see what the tissue looks like, if we understand, I'm going to use the word buy-in, belief. They say, oh gosh, when we're doing a trial and there's always the placebo, they tell us it's 30%. We know it's higher than 50%. The brain is so powerful, so powerful. So when we're talking about your client looking at something or understanding what you're doing, they may not fully understand what you're doing with microcurrent, but when you show them an image, now they're participating in their own. We have been taught to participate, be intentional about my health, about my medical situation. We've handed over authority. Here, fix me, tell me what's wrong. Well, I'm going to encourage you and I encourage my clients, let's take that back. You have the dominion and the authority. And these are just tools that you can use either at home. Some of them maybe a little too pricey for at home, and some of them maybe like this one actually could be a little overkill for at home. A lot of people like it, and again, I'm going to be using it for the imaging. So if you'll pull up this handout that should be in your packet. And for those of you that are at home, we're going to try to see if we can maybe at least get you this email to you.
They were sent by PDF.
Oh, they were sent by PDF. Yay! So pull out your scans, these PDFs. And because we can scan distally, if you want to give me a call, we'll see what we can set up for that. And then this afternoon, who are we most interested in? Ourselves, right? You're going to get to look at your own scans, and we're going to review a little bit more about how to read them. It'll be very, very brief. Okay? Yes, absolutely. Yes, spooky. That's a great. Just a second. Have John just grab somebody. Who wants to go next for the scan? Yep. Everybody go. If you want the scan, when she comes back in, somebody else take dibs. Okay, so with me, when you have a scan, there's always homework that you can do after the scan. And that'll be, it's called voice scan. So with this particular scan, actually I'm stuck. I'm going to show you the blood scans first. Sorry about that. Let me look at all of the scans so you have an idea what we're looking at. So with the Zytoscan, this is a hand cradle, and this is much of what you will, information that you will get, and it registers very beautifully. You can see clearly in the green where you are as you start to approach yellow, and then anything on the other side. So it's very easy to read. And gives you, depending upon the price that you agree, because they have levels. I think the first level is $150 a month, and it will register, here's another picture, where it shows you what's out of balance, both nutritionally, within the meridian points, chakras, and so the low level is called the balance, and that's 150 a month, and you can go all the way up to $10,000 with this scan. Okay, there is no imaging. There's little imaging, I should say, with this scan. And you guys may have seen this cradle like this. The other thing you can do with this is, for those of you that will be using supplementation as part of your protocol, or even at home, you can scan your nutrients, one serving, and then input it, and it'll help decide for your client, hey, based on today's scan, you're running low on, and it'll give some recommendations. Any questions on that one? It's pretty straightforward. The next one is bioresonance. Did I spell that right? It's called the MED, or the MED. Imaging. And it looks like this, and this one a bit different. You're holding some coils, and there are actually some companies you're holding coils, and your feet may be on a brass plate as well, and some of them even have a head plate. And so it's looking to measure various body parts through galvanic skin response, much like the Zytoscan. The imaging is pretty extensive here. This piece of equipment, if you were to purchase new, is roughly $18,000. And you know, sometimes people will have them available, you know, for sale. I think you guys know a couple of people that we have recently sold theirs. Let's see which else do we have. There's another one I went blank. So just to move forward. So here is one look at one of the reports. This one with the AO scan, there will be 800 line items just in what's in your blood and your blood plasma. Now, how you read this is relatively simple. You see how we got a double red here? Some double reds right here. This one is actually using bone conduction, so it's not skin response. And what you would do here is you would scan your client a couple times, and you're looking for things that are not changing. This double red tells us we scanned them. It created an optimizing feedback. So she spoke about the spooky, much like the spooky, it will then provide a sympathetic response. This one, though, is similar to the spooky. It's called right, as well as scalar. Scalar is a frequency wave that Tesla talks about. And what scalar does is it's actually linear. It's not like anything on our electromagnetic scale, if you're familiar with those. But it's very calming and settling. So anything that might be registering vibrationally too high is going to help calm it. let's bring you down to a more normal state, because when the cell is in a normal state, it can actually receive whether it's the microcurrent or nutrition or light therapy, whatever they're working on with them. This one would be called, this report, the AO body scan. And I'm just going to go back and take I'm going to show you a couple other pictures that come with this one. I thought I had them all together. I apologize. So, in this machine, this is the only machine I found so far that will register and utilize imaging to help us determine how to work with our clients, but then you're also able to show your client, here's what's going on. So this offers a couple pieces of information, and I'm just going to show you, see if I can open this up a little bit. So obviously here in the pelvis, somebody comes in, my hip hurts, and then I'm going to bring in imaging, a radiograph of some sort, sometimes it's an MRI report. I'll tell you, I see this pretty consistently with a shoulder issue. I take their image, we read the report of findings, you'll kind of sort of know where to go. But if by the second session, I don't get our typical change, I'm going to take my own image. And I'll tell you what's happened a number of times is both with a knee, and we've actually been able to register like an ACL tear, an MCL. And I was hoping that it showed the shoulder. This one is not showing the shoulder. It registers 13 different systems in the body. So think about this: all arteries, all veins, all nerves, your lymphatic system, the connective tissue, the organs, there's 120 organs total. And let's just see if I can get one more. Because they're running a scan right now, I'm having a difficult time pulling up a full scan. So I'm trying to figure out how to do this.
So your app is using what you're trying to show, right? In the other one?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And it didn't dawn on me to. The other thing with this is you can utilize the table report, and that's what this looks like, or the image report. Much like your vitals, it'll show up in an image report, and again, we're looking for, as with the others, it was showing you on a graph, here's normal, everything normal, and then as you're extending over. Here they're using numbers, and the numbers represent, if you look on your forms, I think it's the second page, a normal range falls between 4 to 6, and technically it's 3 to 7. Anything that is like a 2 or 1, or an 8 or 9, you're starting to either vibrationally, that those cells are registering too high, or when we go to the 2-1, it's outside just enough that it's registering, hey, you know, when you see this 3 times in you know, a short period of time, you want to come in and look at this piece. Let's see what's going on. And then you can also offer for yourself, like with that craniosacral, you know, you could say, based on this, here's how I can help you. I can provide a detox, I can provide craniosacral, I can provide, and she does full detox scans, not just foot. So depending upon what modalities you then utilize the information. Again, with this one, like the Zyto and even the bioresonance, you can input supplementation. One of the other things that I have in mind, if anybody is familiar with homeopathy, I had homeopathy, so rather than pharmaceuticals, you can put those in, so it'll make the recommendations based on what the scan is showing you. The other thing I like about this one is found, besides the imaging to be really good, was it starts with the voice, so it's including the emotional. And we know that, you know, somewhere between 80 to 100% of long-term chronic, researchers, scientists state there will be an emotional component. How many of you have had a scan and then done things about like the listen to your voice afterwards? Anybody? Okay. Do you remember sensing any changes, or what was your voice scan about, if you don't mind sharing?
I had 3 voice scans, and it was different. Nothing else that I felt before, and it was peaceful, relaxing. It brought sensitivity to my other senses. Okay, I was more aware, my smell kind of opened up. I was like, I did a little bit of vision change, a little more clear. A lot of different things. Yeah, that's
Interesting. Anybody else? Kathy, did you note any changes?
Well, I think the one with like toys and meditation and
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And then, I just have been looking for a while, and I understood the concept, just my attitude.
Yeah. So they're saying basically when they had the scan, they did listen to their voice. What it is, it's your voice set to pulses and tones. And so it's actually, they call it brain reading training. It's wiping away some of those old tapes. Now I can hear her voice scan, it's not going to impact me. Our emotions are in our voice. We can use a word, but this picks up the intent behind the word, and it will register that. And out of over 30 emotions, it will only show us 10, so it's not too overwhelming, but it'll show your 4 most highest. Yes.
I have a question. How does that work on some
It's still going to register what it is. Question was, how does it impact those that are on prescription?
Yeah, because then it will register also, I understand the frequency of that. And then you listen to the feedback frequency. I was just curious how that affects the private side.
That's a good question. I would certainly check with Dr. Darrow.
Can you state what her question was?
Certainly. So her question was if they're taking prescription, and which I have many that have been on prescriptions. How does that impact what the outcome is going to be? Because it will pick up the prescriptive drug. Ultimately, it doesn't pick up the drug because this is on biology. So it will be picking up what's happening with that tissue. But I'll clarify, that's a great question. And I don't know that I can answer that to your sufficiency. But the pharmaceutical or the drug will not, there actually, that's not true, there are some recreational drugs that will show up on here. But it doesn't show us, oh, you're on metformin or Ozempic or Humira. It is present, that is true. Yeah. Well, and in my immediate thought, as I understand how things work, if we can improve the tissue itself, at some point, we're not going to need that same level of whatever that prescription is. And I don't make any of those calls. But that's a great, and I can certainly get in contact with Dr. Darrow. And we even have Dr. Sheila, so they may be able to, and they're there to help you with your clients also. And this is what's really cool. You're gonna, if you want, whether it's a home wellness center or your own wellness center, you're gonna be able to create a community. Okay. But again, what I loved about these were just, I mean, look at these vitals. And here, remember I mentioned, I think it was yesterday, about the lady who had migraines for 41 years. Did I mention that? 41 years come see me. She had 4 car accidents, and all 4, the car landed on the roof. She could not walk into, if there was air conditioning in a restaurant, her and husband had to have separate bedrooms because he needed a fan. It created a barometric pressure, which made things worse for her. Very interesting stuff. She couldn't go over to Altamont. She couldn't go over Grapevine. She couldn't go down into Tahoe. Very limiting. So she came to me, and we'll see the protocol. We have some typical protocols for migraines. And by the end of the second day, I had no change, not even a little bit of a drop. And so I said, do you mind if I take a scan? And she said, sure. Well, the scan actually had me look right over here towards the collarbone. It was registering a double 1. Now, this is part of our migraine protocol. I said, so I went, I'm going to treat that area. I'm going to try to see if I can stimulate that and wake it back up. She called me, I think it was that night or the next night, and said, Yvonne, I don't have a migraine. My guess is there might have been something. Remember, these veins and arteries run underneath that collarbone. If she landed on her head, I have no, I'm surmising, right? If she landed on her head, we do know, and we did treat her neck. Something could have been being impinged here that whole time. I did treat. Well, no, I didn't treat here. Sorry, I didn't treat the neck. Yes, because that is part of the protocol. But I went down here. And I also used some of the other tools that we have, the Terrapins wand. While that loosened her up, and she felt good. Again, no change. And she was from a distance, so I saw her once that week and then once the next week, and no change. And by the end of that one, before I let her go, this is what we did, and it was the following day or so she gave me a call back. So it's just great to have this. I have many that, and I'll just show you real quick. It's got all the chromosomes. I don't do chromosomes. But here, and this is your connective tissue. It was right here, both in the knee, but look at this shoulder. It shows all the bursas. And more than once, and I'm going to say at least 5 times, I will have somebody that comes in and they've got, adhesions, frozen shoulders, rotator cuff issues, There's been enough times that I didn't get my expected change, so hey, can I take an image? I take an image. Now I'll look at their report findings, and maybe it's telling me, is this issue over here, but I look over here, and I'm like, wait a minute, this guy, let's just say it's a double nine, this humeral ligament, I'll go treat that. And I most of the time will get, and I always go to the other side, but I'll get a change because I'm moving to something that wasn't on imaging. With bone conduction, just like some of these others, they're actually picking up the frequency, even if it's not yet manifested in tissue. Like a thermography, we can see the heat generating. Here is picking that same information up. This is generating too much activity, either, again, registering as high inflammation impinged or low underperforming, right? And we want to stimulate that. Okay. So when you take your scan, you're going to get some of these pictures, and you can kind of sort of see for yourself. Now, one scan with this type of technology, it is recommended that you get 3 scans in a short period of time. So, like, we have you come back once a week, Adela, and then I put them together, and then we look at the picture as a whole. Here is Adela's normal during this time, during October 2025. Okay. And then I've got people that come back once every 6 months, once a year. Hey, can I take a look at some things? But I've been using it mostly for my benefit to help my client. Okay. You can scan every day, and they've got all kinds of scans. But again, imaging is what I found. And there are a number of doctors. This technology is 60 years old. First time this showed up was on I Dream of Jeannie. Remember, he was an astronaut? Think about this. The astronauts cannot, they're spending millions of dollars into these guys. And, they cannot go up into space without really pertinent information. And so this has been providing. And then with the release of the Information Act, I think it was around 2000, private hospitals, cancer centers picked up on this. And so you can go to, a private hospital or some of the cancer centers. It's now widely available since 2020. A lot of these guys literally just opened it up. They recognized, hey, the end user isn't getting the information because they couldn't get in for imaging. Things were just greatly impacted with the burden of the overload. Yes.
Please repeat a question.
Someone asked, do I know personally any medical facilities that are using this? I'm going to say yes, there is one in New York, and they did a pretty extensive study on battered women with this. But I don't recollect the name, but I bet we can get it. Galen? She likely knows the name of that. Yeah. There are several, I know here in Sacramento area, but I can't think of. And they're more wellness or brain health centers that have been using it. Brain health. Yeah. There might be some mental health. That's not an area I typically venture to, so I'm not sure. Okay. So if you take a look, you can kind of sort of see the layering in your scan. It'll first start with your voice, and then it goes to your vitals, like I said, covering the 13 systems of the body, and then there's like 800 line items. What's in your blood? What's in your plasma? And it's pretty extensive. There's something like 30 plus parasites. And because this is international, my understanding is that For the American software, it is based a little more on our foods, and or some things like liver volume. That's something that you can pick up. It's pretty well known when you go to certain other countries. Parasites, yeah. And then there's some bacteria, like what are norm, and then there are some that are picked up from international that are considered that we have here. Obviously enough, I don't know what makes them determine that, yeah. And then we talked a little bit about the range. So I just want to show you one more picture, and so what happens here is we take the information and we begin to layer it. The ones with several colors, these are considered enhanced. The ones without several colors, these are your easy to read.
And to blow those up, blow that up. There we go.
And I'm going to just make it just a little bit smaller. So I'm going to scroll down real quick to some other things. So this includes things that you would find in a CDC, some other typical labs. And again, we would be looking with some consistency. See here on liver detoxification phase 2, it's a double red here, but the prior scan is not, and the after scan is not. He could have been, going through something, just like our blood work. It's showing a moment in time. It's when you have something with consistency. I always suggest, if you get a blood report that is really bad, wait a week and go get a second test, and maybe even a second lab. So what we do know about labs is they can have a change in information based on their equipment. And I know this from personally, like with the VA, Kaiser and Sutter. First of all, just some of their immune system ranges are different. And I'll give an example, white blood cell count. The VA is roughly 1.9 to 4.0. Kaiser's is different on either end by a little bit, and Sutter's is actually different than Kaiser. Now, what happened with me personally is I was below that 1.9. It might have had actually been dropped about 3 years and they didn't say anything. Dropped might have been below the 4 and then below the 3.2, which I think is, that's either Kaiser or Sutter. But you're getting a 3.2 and a 4.0. So this person is really low. This guy isn't so low. Can you see the panic that could potentially occur? So I'm just going to encourage you, this is what I would encourage, because I've now seen that. And then you'll find out that some, and the VA's one, has oftentimes some of the older equipment, which registers different information, or may not be as advanced. So some things to think about when you're helping yourself or your client. Anyway, do I have any questions? Anybody? So in looking at ways that you can help, you've got lots of choices. Here's another one I neglected to show. It's called a MEAD, and it's Meridian Enhancement Device. It works strictly on your acupressure points, acupuncture points. No imaging. This scan actually is becoming a generator. When I first got it, I didn't see it as that. You can now hook up thermography, and you get a doctor's report. So for those of you that might be interested, you can get a camera, and you can hook up this software. Everything becomes software. This technology was $38,000, then went down to $18,000. When I bought it, it was actually right around $1,800. And after 2020, they went to software. So the beautiful thing is, like Zyto scans, that $149 a month, but you have all of this along with, like I said, you can input your medications, your supplementation, and whether you use it for yourself personally or your clients. Anybody got any questions there?
My question is, so you buy these pieces of equipment and then it's a subscription for you or the client?
So it used to be
Question?
the question was, so you buy the equipment and then you have a monthly subscription. No longer. So I still have the equipment, and I can.
Provider have a subscription to access that database, or is it the client that then signs up for access?
Actually, several of them offer where you, as the practitioner, can offer a customer account, so they can go in at any time and not take up your appointment time and pay for that. Most, like I have my own, but this company offers for like $50. I can give you a 3-day pass rather than come in and see me. There's a learning curve for your client.
What do you mean by that? They can get a 3-day pass. A 3-day pass would be what?
Go in and scan themselves, their families, their pets.
Use their voice.
It would be everything. It's the exact same thing that we would do in clinics.
So they're doing it like distance.
And so
it doesn't have to be a voice.
So she's asking,
So how would a patient access that online?
it's literally software. They would download the licensed software and get 3-day access to it.
It's like a voice scan. What is it scanning for the client? Is it scanning their voice?
It's everything, the voice, the vitals, and the comprehensive, everything that I just showed you kind of with the pictures.
Actually doing it.
Yeah, so do they get the,
They put on the bone conducting
so those are
headsets.
those are $50.
They can either own them or like with, I actually have a couple. So if somebody wants to do that and they're local, I might say, here's
How would it actually physically do it?
Thank you. Yeah. So they're using bone conducting as how they're actually physically doing it. Yes.
Can a person do it on a phone?
So the question was, here in the center, we're doing it utilizing a laptop that does have to have enough information on it to hold it. Or can you use your phone? You actually now can use both as long as it carries. I'll show you. I'm gonna get mine.
But I dedicated because I do concierge. So I do concierge.
So I dedicated, and you can use an iPad. I dedicated a device because if you're on your phone and you have a phone call come in, it can interrupt it. So, but you get to make that choice. And you can, once they're in your system, you can scan them, and she held the phone on her cheek, she did not have, this is another way to do it, she did not have the bone conducting headset and vibrationally. And there, like anything else, even with blood labs, there's a variance. Do you remember how that went for you? But I mean, we were looking for what? We were looking for a break, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, without going back to look at that, I don't recollect that, yeah. So, somebody had gout, we did a distance scan, and, she was just saying how that went. It appears that maybe what she was looking for didn't show up on the report. So, all right, anything else?
How would you scan like a supplement or a medication?
How would you scan a supplement or a medication? So if you happen to have a phone or right here on my computer, there's a area of a pad. I would take and set it. You bring up the particular category for this, and it will scan it and actually imprint the vibrational frequencies listed under that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Doesn't the phone interact with it? Bodies with the, when it comes to coming off of devices,
Usually they have that already programmed in.
Yeah, and that's the piece I don't know that much about. I just, like I said, for me, this scan's been huge for the imaging. It can be a little overwhelming, but some people really like that information. So just want to provide you with stuff that you can use. Okay? All right, what is next on our agenda? I think it's hidden, or is it break time? I know, I probably spoke a little too. Yes.
Scanning and microcurrent technology, how do they marry each other?
Okay, great question. Let me go back to this, and here's what I do. So after I've scanned somebody a couple times, and let's just say right here we see that there's eye health had some edema in it. Thank you. Right along the side, where is it? Where's the eye health? First, if it comes up twice as a double red, I put a W for a watch. Okay? And then, let's say it's a third red, what I do is just, utilizing my own acronyms, I'll put MCT for microcurrent, and I'll put 90. For me, that just means the nutrients. And what you're doing is you're saying, here's how I can help you with this particular situation that doesn't seem to be resolving. Again, with this scan, that voice scan, let me just tell you one or two really quick stories about the voice scan. Had a gentleman who, and I might ask for his help, he restores 1920s cars, and he takes them to these big expensive car shows. What are they called? Anyway, really expensive car shows. And he does several, been doing this for years. When he came in, he was actually looking for something, I can't quite remember, maybe it was his knee or his shoulder. But ultimately, we were talking, and we run his second and third scan, and he had been listening in between, and he let me know. I said, so hey, tell me how that voice scan is going for you. And he said, well, I'll tell you what, Yvonne, when I get aggravated with the cars, I've been known to throw my tools. He's not throwing his tools. He said that level of aggravation, he's not reacting, responding. Now, when I do this personally, much like Kathy, I can't pinpoint one thing. I felt a general sense of wellness. I felt better. Another gentleman came in with his wife, sheriff, and paramedic and extreme sports. And there were some family challenges that were revealed to me a little bit later. And again, not being a psychologist or anything like that, he said he was on his scan, his emotional scan, showed extreme confidence and zero fear. Now remember, neither one is right or wrong. They each offer a balance for us, right? The wife says, yeah, his son's not speaking to him because he was so confident that his grandson could swim in the American River, he tossed him in. And this guy was extreme in, many ways. And so ultimately, over a couple, I'd say, months or so, as he come in, and on occasion he just came in to get a new scan, some of those things changed for him. And the one thing that didn't change was that confidence and fear. And we were talking, and I said, for me, I don't fear the water, but I do reverence it. I love the ocean, but I'm not afraid of it. And, he said he'd never heard it like that.
So what were the interventions that he did?
He, for that piece, he just did the voice scan for that piece. Otherwise, I was just working on his physical body. You just, the scan can come with it.
Just take a test. So did it comes afterwards?
Correct. Yes, and so that's his homework. Yeah. She was asking what he did as an intervention, and the intervention, at least for the emotional component, I don't work on that. Well, that's not true. I'm remembering something. When you look at this, there are several ways that you can enhance the brain waves. One is essential oils. So oftentimes we say, hey, layer things. Listen to your voice scan, which they know is brain reentrainment. And at the same time, you could be enjoying one of those essential oils based on the emotion that you want to work on. The other thing is, we talked about using his ear clips in gamma and then theta. Yes. Thank you for that. You knew that story, didn't you? Oh, yes. If you have it, obviously layering things can be a benefit. Yes. Well, both can be received. Aromatherapy can assist with PTSD. I don't know which ones, but the information is out there for you to look. With your device, you could, like Tanya right now is running ear clips. You could PTSD, and I'll show you our internal studies that we did on gamma, PTSD being one of the factors that we were looking at. And it was like 88% had improvements over 6 weeks. Sleep wasn't even on the list, but it was something like 98%. It might have even been 100% had improved sleep using the gamma. Okay. Did I tell you guys my story about PTSD and flying? Okay, this one was big. When I was in the military, got a chance to jump out of a plane, right? Now, I can't tell you what happened, but I couldn't get on a plane. Danny would make an appointment, and I'm pacing the floor. One time, I have a twice-a-year event with friends, and we go and we stay in the cabin and just have a wonderful weekend. We're driving down Madison, and I made a stop and drop me off at Garcia's. I was panicking in the car, getting ready to get on a plane. My husband and kids had to come get me, and as soon as I got in the car, I mean, it was this weeping that, like when I dropped my son off to college, it was really like, don't know where it came from, couldn't explain it. My nurse, she said, Son, why don't you wear the ear clips? Put them on, you got a little PTSD going on there. I said, oh my gosh, never even, For 8 years, I did not fly. We actually drove for I didn't go. And it just kept increasing. Because I could, at first I could get on a plane, but then I've never whitened up. And I'm like, and then I'm drinking. And, just trying all these different things. I would probably, so if you know you're gonna step into a trigger, you put them on about 90 minutes before. I think I might have mentioned about the wife and between the ex and dropping off kids. Yeah, she is more responsive to his shenanigans, as she says, than she was before. Okay? And she's no longer wearing them, just like what happened with me. I'm guesstimating I probably wore them 8 to 10 times. Each time I didn't have to put them on, or I might have still put them on, but my first time though, my husband, he says, "You're walking like a drunken sailor." I was so calm and relaxed. I responded very well to it. And on that one, I know we talked about gamma. There's also 7-12. Some may respond better to one over the other, and sometimes they may respond better to the other in a different situation. Margaret.
Time limits on application of the harm. So the 7-12 there without limits.
Yeah. So the question is, are there any time limits on wearing these ear clips? Which, by the way, if you want to give me some, or if you've got yours, and on gamma. So there are not any that I have seen. And I'll tell you just a couple of things. We use gamma often for people that are either long distance driving, in class. And I can go back and check the study. I think they were wearing it for about an hour every day. It could have been longer when we got these internal reports. And I'll try to pull those up or maybe get those copies for you guys. Okay. So back to our list here. I put microcurrent 90. I might now that I actually haven't done it. Linda mentions it. I might put ear clips. So depending upon your modality, we've got people that are using this in bond therapy, but they're adding this layer of emotion. Some people really get into this. Again, for me, a lot of this has been imaging, but it's been a lot of fun to watch people's improvements just with this emotional piece. I am more over today than I was 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Simply because I didn't have the education.
Going back to the balance situation, did that normally start up?
So I was very honest with her. She was my first distance scan.
Okay, so going back to the gout.
And going back to the gout was a question. What did that do to my level of confidence? Well, I think honestly, I was more, my confidence was in my ability and if I did it correctly. One of the reasons why I also chose this scan, there's a veterinarian that uses it out of Ohio. And he told two stories. One was he was on one end of his territory. He got a call from one of his professional horse owners. Hey, Wendy is limping. All right, get her in a trailer, get her over to the vet hospital. I'll be right there. It's 10 o'clock at night. Well, because he had scanned the horse and he had this scanner, he said, get your PEMF pad on the horse. Oh, no, excuse me. Take your phone, is what he said, and put it on where the area of the horse is bothered, and he scanned. He could see, he knew enough about the animal, because he already had it in the system, that there wasn't a break. He said, get the PEMF on her, I'll be there in the morning. Normally, he would have had her load her up, which is pretty traumatic, and get her over to the vet hospital. I thought that was really cool. And then he tells another story about a sheep herder and a dog. And this sheep herder's dog just plunked over.
you know, for 15 minutes, there's like nothing. The dog is alive. So he says, grab your phone, you know, put it on the dog, on a bone. And he said within 10 minutes or so, the dog popped up. He could see something. He didn't share with us what it was. But
So the government could be part of the course that has to have some category that's reading the information.
correct. Yeah.
And it has vibrational, and it has to be on the phone.
No, that's just what he has. So he's
Okay.
using that as a bone conductor. You know, have you ever been talking and you can feel the air on your phone? It's vibrational. It's happening. It's there. Yeah, I don't fully understand how it works. I don't know how my math works, but well, no, because she didn't have the app. Again, she was my first instance, and I haven't done one since, so we'll move on. Distally?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
off the phone.
Yeah.
And then with it off, if you put it on her leg, closer to where the problem was.
I haven't studied distal enough. It is there, the information is there, it just wasn't something I've yet done.
Mary wants to know what vet in Ohio where.
I can certainly try to find that out. Yeah, there is actually a community in, it sounds like in Ohio, but yes. Have her remind me of that later. All right, you have it. All right, we're gonna take a break. Is it 10:30? It's 10:00, okay, 10:30. So a little bit later, we're gonna review your voice scans. Now, so if you guys don't have any more questions, I'm just gonna, there are bone conduction over earplug. Oh, okay, somebody's already answering. All right. And I actually do have a couple, I've got a couple people that have called and said, hey, Donna, can you do a scan? And, you know, they pay for the scan and then they send it back. Some of them don't have the monthly subscription any longer, or maybe need equipment. So that's been kind of fun to help.
Click cancel it there for me.
Cancel what?
On your screen there, there's a cancel.
Thank you. So we went through some of this yesterday. We're going to move back into, if you want to pull out your devices,
Can you
and
make that large?
yes, thank you. And
I'll let you do this one.
so if you want to hook up your devices. Oh, thank you.
That's the lower.
You should get the clinical. They might decide to get one.
So you can use my tools.
Yeah, we use the clinical. You got it.
Gina, Paul, you guys both want to have her, make sure, don't return her to me.
Return to her.
I lost him yesterday.
No, so I'll use that. We haven't decided which one we're gonna get yet, so I'll use that evolution. We use the clinical and we can just. I got that evolution here. Yeah, we're just
Okay, so I'm just gonna look at it.
No, I just dem. Just your Y1, yeah. So yesterday we did a little bit of scar tissue with the belly button, and we registered, and then dosed and zeroed, right? I want you to find a pain point, and we're gonna be pulling, we did a little bit of this yesterday, we'll be pulling that up, and just hopefully walking you through what that looks like on your own tissue, okay? So you got a pain point that you're gonna work with, that you can reach, and if not, just put it on the inside of the arm, find a spot. If you know, I always get a crick, I don't have a crick right now, put it on there. Let's see, for those of you that have displays, we'll get a registration. For those of you that have something that doesn't have a display, grab your phone and you're gonna turn your timer on. You're gonna get to your timer. And you're gonna, I put mine on stopwatch. Okay, so as soon as everything is set up, you're going to find your power, and I can't use these while I'm demonstrating. I need my wand. Well, we're just gonna do 60 hertz. Everybody, if you go to 60 or fast. That should be the first one on yours. If you have the pinnacle, put it in reactions, thank you.
I have a quick question. Are the words, when somebody says I have a knot back there, is that the same as a scar?
Hard to tell, sometimes it is just balled up muscle, it doesn't necessarily have to include, scar tissue that is all jumbled.
Okay.
But you can break through a knot.
As well.
Yeah. Some might tell you yes. I don't say because I haven't seen it. But the beautiful thing about this is we don't always have to have a diagnosis. As you begin to understand the 4 rules of microcurrent, you're going to be able to slowly walk through, and you'll, just like driving, you know that when you come, up to your turn, you're going to turn the signal on, you're going to make a stop, etc. You're going to know the steps. Okay? So you can start if you already know what to do. I'm just going to kind of walk through what's happening. Any question? Does anybody else need to scan? Okay, perfect. Margaret, when Linda comes back, if you'd like to do it.
Okay, I think I know how to.
Sure. Okay. And we're going to figure out how to pull our scans up without interfering with the audio visual. So let me do it.
Oh,
If
in the other room?
there's scans up.
Oh,
We're going to have to turn off and turn on.
they won't be able to get to it if they do that. So they're hardwired in, so Wi-Fi shouldn't matter.
Okay, good. So, FDA said you can call this biofeedback. So it's called reactions. So when you're reading the books, this will be roughly page 21 to 22 if you want to follow along, make any notes. But it is biofeedback. Okay, it absolutely is. They just had to change the name. I am not familiar with any other microcurrent device that offers the biofeedback, and certainly not a microcurrent that offers you both brain and musculoskeletal. most. So when you touch, for those of you that have a display, here's how to read this, and I'll do the evolution secondary. As soon as you touch, you will see on your display information that registers. That top center is your initial reaction. Yesterday we talked a little bit about this. It's registering the electrical conductivity. It also equates to how much heat, how much inflammation is there. So when we get these higher numbers that are outside of the normal range, which does anybody remember what some of those ranges were? Mid-20s, you know, if you're in Florida, it might be closer to 30 because it's more humid, or Hawaii because it's more humid, but approximately, yeah. So when you start seeing numbers like 35, 40 on up, you know that you're reading or registering the information. So that's called the initial reaction. And as soon as it touches the skin, this picks up on all devices 3 million plus signals per second. It's got that conductivity sensing in there, that microchip that we talked about yesterday. And then there's a cybernetic feedback loop between the brain. Okay, as the impedance of the electricity changes, for those that have a display, you can actually see that in real time. Now, for those of you that don't have a display, the information that registers when you set your timer. That's information, okay? And it'll be the information from when you set it down onto the tissue until you get blue light and then all green. And yours actually just comes in minutes. Okay? Not quite as fancy, but it's still the same information, still the same power.
And we're putting the tissue to paper.
And power up to a comfortable level, because remember, as it's sitting on that tissue, it's going to start moving something, and it'll feel like, hey, I'm not powering up, but it's getting stronger. That means that tissue is sort of waking up, becoming more responsive to the stimuli. 60, yeah. 60 on the evolution, yeah. So everybody's on 60. 60 is your what we call default communication. And this offers you that reactions or biofeedback mode. There are a couple other settings on the pinnacle, and a second setting on the evolution is the fMRSI. So some visual cues when you're looking at your display will be the numerical displays along with, on your evolution, light indications. There'll also be some auditory clues. Every 30 seconds, you're going to get one little beep, and then every 2 minutes, you get 2 beeps. Paul, what you got going on over there?
So it's been about a minute.
Okay. All right. You got is that a chronic back challenge that you comes and
No,
goes?
not chronic, no.
Does it come and go?
It's an injury.
Got it.
I noticing today I had doing the same squats on my shoulders. And now I'm getting like a dose 0 in less than a minute. Whereas yesterday it was like 3.
What do you think that's an indication of?
It's like a 90% recharge, the charge is moving faster.
Yeah. So the body's more responsive. You've moved something out of the way. So Kathy was just stating that from the same point that she did yesterday, how many minutes did it take you to dose 0?
3 to 4 minutes yesterday.
It took 3 to 4 minutes yesterday, and today less than a minute. Okay. And not everybody has that. Very rarely, I might see where it takes longer. What's that telling us? Well, none of it is blocked, but we've had to change. Something shifted, and remember, sometimes things get worse before they get better. Every once in a while, I think I told you about the gal with the arthritis, and he starts moving those crystals, and, you know, later on that night or the next day, she's kind of cursing my name, right? But it went away, and she, like what you saw with Michelle, she couldn't move her hands, and now she still can.
All right, so that took about 2 minutes for me to go zero. And then what?
So DZ, and then there's always what comes after a DZ. Stimulate. You want to, it's kind of like this. Did anybody not see the video that I did with Dr. Mark? Have you all seen that one? Okay. Everybody else? All right, let me pull that up because we'll have some extra time. There's a lot of good information on there. So the D, as soon as I touch, remember 3 million signals per second, that electrical is going up to the brain. And you're waiting for the brain to pick up, right? For those of you who are babysitter have kids, it's kind of like, mommy. And then as soon as the brain picks up, yes, my love, that's the blue. You know that the brain picked up, or the D. That is your dose. Now that electrical is going to travel back down to the affected tissue. So let's say it's your child, and this is my daughter. Mommy, yes. Mirror. And she'd take me to her bedroom. Now, I earlier asked her to clean up her room. And we'd be standing at the door. So as soon as you get the Z, you know that the brain is now connected to that tissue issue. But so I'm standing at the door and I'm like, yeah, what? That's the Z, the S. I asked her to clean this up. She didn't know exactly where it started. And so I said, well, why don't you do the books and I'll do the body. And as soon as she was in after, okay, I got the rest, get out. It's kind of like that, you're helping the brain, let me help you organize. By stimulating, especially blue stem, that goes through an algorithm of 7 and several layers. Here's what we want you to work on.
Does the stimulate mean start to treatment?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you just do a minimum of 2 minutes, and you're in a hurry and you gotta go, the brain, remember, is going to pick up and it will continue to process and help the body with that information.
So in this pinpoint situation, so it took 2 minutes to dose zero, and then I stimulated at approximately 350 before 15, 20 minutes or what?
So I would stimulate on an actual algorithm. So on that one, that would be blue stem or fMRI. 350 is not an algorithm, and it's not moving into various tissues. You would hold for 2 minutes first. You can then come back. I want to give it a little bit more love. You can add some sticky pads to it, or you can certainly paint it. So the question was, he dosed and he zeroed. Does he come in and stimulate for 2 minutes? You can stimulate for 2 minutes. 350 is not your ideal. I would suggest you go to either one of your sauna bios or your sauna set and forget it, your surfs, or blue stimulate. Something that has several algorithms and that go a couple or different layers of tissue. Yes, Mark. Well, once you dose here, you want to move to a stimulate. Blue relax is 77 hertz, and that is scar tissue. I know we were working on scar tissue, so that's why we did it for that tissue. Does that matter? I mean, does that? Yeah, you use any one of the stimulating modes or the sonobio modes. And anything that says son in front of it, those will take you through a couple layers of things. So like if I was working on a nerve, I would actually go to sonobio 2. And it's going to go through several layers in and around nerves. And remember, anything in the stimulate has a little bit of anti-inflammatory, a little bit of scarring, and then it also has a regenerative already plugged in. We used to have to do each step, and it would take us 40-45 minutes. She asked, is that the 77 or the fMR side? Is what? So on that, the evolution, your best that is a true stimulate is blue stem. Yeah, because again, it has a little bit of scar tissue, anti-inflammatory, and a regenerative already in it. On the pinnacle, put in reactions. That's finished.
How do we get, is there a way to get to the next stimulate? Like, or do we have, I keep turning it off and turning it back on, or is there a way to?
Well, you would then, so the question is, how does she move from dose stimulating assess 60 hertz to go to blue stem or whatever stimulation she's looking to? You should be able to just, use your down, but be sure to lock it in the center. Lock it. Once you move it, you want to lock it. After 10 or 15 seconds, it'll go back to the last mode you actually had in it. You will have to switch out of reaction. So now arrow the opposite way of the purple. You got to get out. That's kind of like a side road. So everybody here is dose, during, and stimulating. And I'm just going to keep talking. For those of you that do have other algorithms like the Genesis. The Genesis offers you 2 algorithm modes. One is the sun cycle, and the other is blue stem. And let me just say this for all devices that have the blue stem. The general consensus is when you don't know what to do, use blue stem. And the reason why, because you're going to cover scar, inflammation, and regenerative. And then it'll repeat. Okay? It just might take longer, and it also actually has its own dose in it. Sanabio 2 being specific for nerves. So if you want to work on nerves now, if you're on Sanabio 14, which is muscles, and remember that's all in your book, and it'll be on your pretty cheap chart that I sent you of my personal notes. It will actually hit those nerve fibers in the muscles A, B, and C. So if it's a muscle issue, you don't then have to go to from muscle to nerve also, because it's already in there. The best setting for the joints, well, I won't go there. You've got a couple of them. One is 24, and 10 is tendons and ligaments. Okay. On your Sonobio 10, Sonobio 24, 24 also helps with edema. Tendons, ligaments, vessels, like, because varicose veins are like at 11, so varicose veins, and then 24, there's some specific for the joint itself there, and so you can kind of use both. Remember, in the Sonobio, they run 6 minutes, they're much more powerful than things outside of the Sonobio. And the rule of thumb is don't do more than 3 6-minute cycles, because that's a lot, you're asking a lot of the tissue.
Was it easier to use the pads on its own?
Well, thank you. Good point. You can certainly move into your stimulate using your wand or the back of your faceplate. But if you'd like something, we kind of call it a in clinics we call it set and forget, but it's also unattended. You could use your sticky pad, or for those of you that saw all of those, the other pads. So you can use a sticky pad, here's a smaller one for the neck, and then set your Sonobio on there. Now, pardon me? This one? This one actually can be placed one of 2 ways based on the neck size and length or width. So I can, place it like this. Underneath, obviously I lift up my hair. Or like this. Straddling the spine. Well, with your wand. But with this is not. Yeah, keep the split down the spine. So now I'm going either side. Okay. Now with some of these, for some people, like can you see where it's sticking up right here? Yeah. So I put on a little scarf. Just keep everything down. Again, some of it is, you've got a nice thick neck. This may deflate beautifully on yours, not so much on others. And then these are wonderful. These are actually our face masks. Little bit pricey. These are right around $40 for shipping and tax. We cut them in half. Also, they're way too big for anybody's face almost. So even if you want to use them on face to stimulate, but we call them our hip pads. I may have shown these to you yesterday, but you can place them on the hip. Different ways, just peel them off, and or I think was it somebody was here yesterday to place some low back. You're going to actually cover more area rather than use some of these smaller pads, which you got to keep moving, and it just takes a little more time. Yeah. You can use almost any setting of pads. So the question was, when would we use the pads? Remember your device and the faceplate. These are the most active. Once you've done a dose stimulate, or even just a quick painting, remember, you don't have to dose everything. It's when you know what it is, and when you do that, always upward only. Yep. So when you do it, she's doing facial motions, so it's always upward. Yep, jaw. But this is most active, so always, I try to always touch with this first, engage in the electrical, and then add a pad. You can keep this on for a longer period of time and be moving around and getting things done. Based on what you're doing, that's where you'll learn those modes and which one is best for your situation. Whether it's muscle, nerve, bone. Okay. And in the quick cheat chart, there's some things in there that are not in the book over the years, as I've had numerous teachers and instructors, you've gleaned information, so I try to add that. So I'm just sharing my personal notes there with you. All right. Are you still dose zeroing, or did you go to this new spot? Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah. And you're seeing how the display works, right? Yeah.
I'm still on the set 60. And so it will go eventually DZ, and then it just stays there. It doesn't move to like 0, 1, 2, whatever. What's going on?
I'll be right back. She's asking about, I think what you're asking about is.
Yeah. So it seems like there, so see how you have the bottom numbers? So you go into reactions, and then you go inside, see what you get. So there's the coefficients, 15, 16 is the front lower than the back? Yes. So you don't have a block, but there's a little bit of resistance simply because the numbers are so close. Now, when it goes directly, I don't think we have this, so I do want to point this out.
I'm going to point this out. We just got a straight Z. So her, right here, where you can pick up a dose 0, she went straight to Z. Does anybody remember what that is an indication of? Yeah, so either she doesn't have enough electrolytes or hydration. Okay, so if you were in my clinic, I might remember I talked about the little spittle, because that's the fastest, or you can use some conductive gel. And then I just, have you checked, hey, how much water, how much coffee? Yeah, well, that there might be something going on. Yeah. So you look at a couple potential causations, and either way, you've got some choices to get the conduction there. But when you get just a straight Z, or for those of you that have the evolution, it's all green. That, and it didn't come up blue. That is registering 0. It means I can't pick up a signal to register. So unless somebody wants us to go over the XY coefficients again, we did that yesterday, and then we'll go ahead and, if not, we'll go ahead and have our 15-minute break. 10-minute break. All right. We're going to go on a 10-minute break. We'll be back, and when we come back, we will be covering, did we jump? Are we?
Yeah, we jumped.
Okay, we're going into 4 basic tissues. All right. We're jamming through today. There we go. The 4 primary tissues. Yes. Thank you. And much like Kathy said yesterday, once you get it, it's going to be, you're just going to know, you're going to be able to somebody else's display and know exactly how the tissue is doing. Use the restroom, whatever you need. What time? Like 45? Yes.
Recording stopped.
How long does it take you to no.
Did you ever get into that group? That's a whole thing? No, did it approve you?
Ask you.
Could you give me some over here too? Okay, where's the keys? Where's the keys? Let me open it.
Just search trying to figure out the secret support group. Pain free for life support group. Yeah, you're in it. You're joining us, see? I got a question for you. You think we're probably going to need a lot more experience understanding the pinnacle after this training? So, is there what resources can we use? Are there YouTube videos and stuff out there?
I do not know. I don't know the medical data because it is, and you just see the wrong reason.
Yeah.
Because I use so many of my family members that I forget how to do something else. Because the laws are like this.
You do that too.
I do not.
You do not.
I'm looking at purchasing my phone. I'm looking at it right now. This is David. Yes. I know I'm not to review all of this. Oh, yeah. We have a lot of information. Yeah. So, keep on. Will help a little more. So we're actually doing it like he did so many times.
I don't know.
So,
Oh,
there's other resources that are going to be available to us. So we have it tomorrow. I go over making sure that anybody that is connected to pain. There's a website and then it's typically paid, but we have a Facebook community.
is it the pain free for life support group?
Yes.
I think that one.
When you become a talker, it's called VIP because they were sharing things and people didn't understand, so we did explain. Those that are gathering information, but you'll see lots of people in their own midwives and they're talking back and forth. And then there's a VIP campaign for life support. Okay? There's also your first 30, 60, or 90 days, I can't quite remember. You have access to what's called a membership link. There's over 300 videos now. I would encourage you, once you open it, the clock starts ticking, okay? And then if it says crash course, you can download all those PDFs. So I encourage you to go and download all those PDFs and put it with your book or in a binder. Do know a beautiful thing about this is you know, the group grows, we do get more practitioners. A lot of practitioners like we're doing data testing on a lot of things. And here's what we found, and we just presented. And so that can actually change or update a protocol. Doesn't mean that an older protocol doesn't work. It just means, hey, given the information, this may work even more sufficiently faster.
Okay. So is, like Dr. Rob is our guy, probably?
Yeah, that is his son.
How do you
Dr.
Hache.
Look, he's wearing glasses. He's no longer wearing glasses. Linda and he's wearing glasses, yeah. And we're talking about eye health.
Ask Danny.
Dr. Rob?
Am I hearing this correctly then? The SDS is just to determine what the frequency, the number is, and then once you get comfortable, then you move over to like the blue stand or the sauna.
Well, once you dose zero, that's once you dose zero.
That's what I was okay, so I'm on the set.
Yes, and you want more reactions for the biofeedback.
Remember I came over and I said you don't have a lot of numbers. This is what's confusing us. So when I was doing this, yes, it was still coming up in the Z.
Well, because it is still trying to read and register, but to get the neuromodulation loop, you want to go to reactions, and then you're going to lift and put it down. Okay? Don't just keep it there and change. You lift and put it down. So you're getting that true registration from start to finish. Remember, every time you touch it, you're actually treating. So if you touched it 3 or 4 times, your numbers would actually be different than if you had that initial. But that's only when you don't know what the problem is. Now you have a situation like when I'm still fine, but something's going on. I don't know if you got carpal tunnel, trigger, whatever. We do all
Being on the laptop all these years.
Right.
Something going on. You know, it's like sometimes that's going on. So we got to get some of that stuff going down there. Yeah. Oh, so I guess there she goes. You know what? I need to sit down and really. Now that we played with it, just when I was reading it, I was ready before coming to class.
Yes.
So it was just such a warm one. Now that we're here, I think once we get being open, I think we'll go, oh, that's what I was right. This is what, and we have to start to really map it out.
Right.
We're going to do it on the big TV, step by step, and play with it.
Well, and again, the more you do it, so I would encourage you, no matter when you get your device, get started with treating people, and, I told you to learn a little bit about the internship. I offer up some of my full paid positions, my full paid appointments to interns that are interested. So I say, you bring your client, we share in that cost. You're basically getting paid training. I don't pay you. You just bring it, but because my heart is that I want to have you open up your own thing, so I have somebody that I can send stuff to. Can I have you do something else with that right now? Tuck it away. I know, I can't right now. And this was on something here.
Okay.
Everything goes in.
So what happens
In the bag? Do you need a copy of this? All right, let's start it.
Thank you. Yvonne's
One is going to Ohio for Mary. And Linda is small.
So apparently my batteries interfered with the,
So what she got right there?
interfered with the.
A white light.
Is it medium?
Hers is small.
Yeah, he was over got all of
But
that.
it's so white, she can only wear white. She can't wear gray. And so she's gonna order more at another time.
She can order anytime she wants. Yeah, I'll have to figure that out.
So she's borrowing the white for the picture.
Borrow, okay.
I guess,
But somebody's out of white.
I have no idea who it is.
But did you order small yourself?
No, I
Only
don't have
one
medium.
small.
Only one small.
You were the only small? The only small. Yeah. Or what?
I'm small gray.
We can certainly go back and charge you. All right.
So,
Let's circle up and move on. So, how many of you, I sent out some forms to print and a couple of videos to watch? I just need to know, because this is going to be an important piece of your understanding, and you're going to actually be able to work more swiftly with your family or your clients. Did anybody not watch those?
wait, sorry.
Recording in progress.
Apologize.
All right,
Sorry,
welcome
Mary.
back.
Sorry,
Sorry for
Mary.
the delay. So first question I'm going to ask, is there anybody here that did not watch the tissue video that was sent to you? Okay, I'm actually going to put that on. You got one that's about 20 minutes long. It's pretty interesting. I'm going to just run a 5-minute clip. Okay, and let me get there in just a moment. When you understand the various tissues, research shows 80% of all conditions come from one of these four. So you're going to much more easily be able to help your family or your client. Okay. Am I screen sharing?
You are.
Okay, thank you. I just gotta figure out how to find YouTube.
Command tab.
All right, well, I'm over here now.
Okay.
Sorry. She's got a new way to take me, and I haven't mastered it yet. Give me a minute. It is. Okay, without searching for too long, you can see there's quite a few here. This is the 20-minute, but I'm just gonna let it play. What we're looking at here is the fascia, the hydration of the fascia, how it moves, and I have to find it, but they can actually, they measure the electrical coming from this as well.
Shouldn't need to.
Says the volume low.
Yeah, I don't hear it.
So as they're strolling underneath the skin, they're showing you a bit about the fascia, the flexibility of the fascia, how everything has its own fascia wrapped around it. And, you know, fascia is where the electrical travels. And there's literally layers of this stuff. Any good surgeon says, you know, when we're going in, we're very cautious not to cut into another organ. Doesn't that look like bubble wrap? Yeah. Because it will impact that organ at some point because it's going to generate a type of scar tissue. I'm sorry about the sound, but if you want to go watch the whole thing, this one's quite delightful. There's a couple others on there. And they're just taking a different look and showing you different mechanisms of how the fascia moves. Again, why does this matter? Because your electrical conductivity, that's our point right here, is you're going to be able to impact the tissue in a way that you know, chemistry can't and doesn't. And remember, it's you know, something like 7 times faster.
No.
You know, that tiny networking. And as we age, we typically see it more because the skin is thinning. That's usually a protein collagen change. So right there, you know, I can pump things up. Now remember, collagen is a breakdown protein. Some people are all about the collagen. I try to stick to as much live food or the whole piece because the body can use other parts. If you have a senior client or family member, sometimes it's really hard for them to digest, or sometimes it's about their dentition. There are supplements out there that are amino acids, not the branch chain. There's a couple companies that take several of the essential amino acids, and you can take 3 per meal. So like when I miss a meal, I'll take 3 because you know, I want to maintain the muscle I have. For our senior clients, I think Linda and I talked about this, about muscle wasting. If we can help them at least maintain, they're going to have an overall better body health, but electrically also, we know that we can, they don't realize it, that we, especially if we're using a microcurrent, this is a client using microcurrent in our family, we can aid in the support of their body and health of so many other things.
And that would be another class in nutrition.
And that is, yes, that's another class that I teach in nutrition. We really break down all of these different nutrients and take deep dives. It's kind of cool what God did. Everything has a very specific purpose. And then like in Entourage, anybody ever see that series? I never did, but I thought it was kind of cool how the guys were marching together, you know. You pair up and you each have a gift and you have a specific job. So I love looking at this kind of stuff. I hope it's not, you know, makes me ask more questions. I don't know if I told you when I was in Sunday school, I got kicked out. The teacher thought I was challenging. I was just, you know, I learned some stuff at one church and now I'm at another, and I was just trying to put together what I knew. Oh, yeah, that's a beautiful one. Look at that. Oh my gosh. I should have been there. Wow. Webbing. Oh, do we have some weak stomachs in the room? No. Oh, okay.
The garage.
In my spare time, I watch series. Okay. So we're just going to stop that. And I'm going to go to, where was the tissue?
This might be totally off topic, but so if somebody gets burned or gets around, Does the fossa regrow or are you able to reconnect? Or is it just
So the question was, if somebody gets burned or gets a graft, basically what happens with the tissue? What's happening with the fascia and tissue? And I just give me a minute. I'm just looking for the slide that I just had, so that we can. Where is it? With the tissue. There we go. We're talking about tissue. Just a moment. Yeah. So if we take a look at fascia, it actually does have some sort of a pattern. When it's sliced through or burned, that tissue is damaged. So let's just say in relation to spaghetti, healthy fascia may look like spaghetti. In that, it has a fashion that the electrical can travel through and on. But when it's sliced through and the tissue is always trying to repair itself, so you can have internal scars with stuff that, well, I never got put there, I never had, well, the body's always trying to heal itself. And when we have the right nutrients, it can do it, and then when there's not the right, sometimes we get the scar tissue, and it actually looks more like a bowl of spaghetti that has been cooked. And remember, I was talking about the beaver there, so the electrical comes along, it can't get through that. There's two things that are happening. Electrical will grow there. For some, it can grow quite high. For some, maybe not so much. But that tissue is damaged. So that's what happens when you have a graft or when there's a burn. In, I believe, our handout, our photo book over there, and I believe it might be on the, definitely the Avasia site, and it may be even in your current third edition. There's a gentleman who wrote a book, a military guy that stepped on an IUD, lots of scar tissue, and Avasia was something that helped with his face burns and pain. So what it's doing is help one neutralize that. Remember these it's conductive, and when it can't go anywhere, it continues to build. And you're going to come along. Not only can you help increase somebody's voltage, but when it's too high, you can also come in and you remove the reason for that block. Does that answer the question?
Does that indicate that microcurrent really actually can help body to rebuild that fascia? Since, yeah, I've seen the pictures yesterday. It looks amazing. The cover is really amazing. So in order for that conductivity to be there, the fascia has to be rebuilt, I assume, right?
Correct. So she's asking, so does that mean that we can actually assist with the microcurrent in the regeneration of the fascia? Absolutely. Now, you do need the proper nutrients, but absolutely. Yeah, you're going to remove the electrical block, you're going to restore any lost voltage, and then you are basically lining that fascia back up. Instead of it looking like that bowl of spaghetti, you're helping to straighten it out in a sense. Yeah, and the body will pick up. You're assisting, and the body does the rest of the workload. There's a gal in there. I see her hands right now. She fell off, I think, of a 3-story apartment building, and quite a few fractures at the back. She couldn't close her hands. She couldn't do a lot. She couldn't do. And in a minute, we're actually going to do our next is 3 pathways, and Gary's going to be our example. We're working on the back. He's acting surprised. But simply by working on this gal's back, we started to get function to the limbs. Yeah. And because of all the breaks, that would be scar tissue, fascia. She also had a number of surgeries that had to transpire in between, including some rods and braces. So anyway, fun that we can do. So right now, you should have this PDF would have gone for those on Zoom, so you could print out. We just looked a little bit of what's going on under your fascia, and then there was one more video that was 5 minutes long. I got sidetracked, and it covered the 4 basic tissues of the body. Very simple, and it was animated. Did you guys get to see that?
Could you spread that out? Big.
Well, and then it cut it off.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's because I don't know.
Oh, because it's so detailed. Gotcha.
I don't know why. Hopefully that's a little better.
Yep. Great. Thanks.
So in that video, it covered with a little more science behind it, the 4 primary tissues of the body. And so we're going to take a look at this. Again, knowing that 80%. So how does that statement make you feel? 80% of chronic conditions come from one of 4 tissues. And this is well known and documented. Does anybody?
That just makes sense. I mean, because like cardiac is a tissue, your stomach's a tissue, skin is a tissue.
Yeah.
Yeah, so any of these could be injured.
And bones considered connective, right?
Yeah, bones considered connective, and some when you break it into different categories, it might be called hard tissue. That would be bone, tendons, ligaments. The tissues that have the most.
What is it? This is 20%. What
Oh, so the other 20% is a combination of these 4. So I want you to think about this. If you understand that tendinitis is not only inflammation, but of the tendon, and tendon is connective tissue, you have a device that can be very specific to connective tissue. Epithelial tissue, nerve tissue. Are you starting to see I mean, my mind was blown. The other thing my mind was blown about was, wait a minute, I've never been told there were only 4. How come we have so many diseases? Because they're not looking at it as a tissue issue. They have moved the verbiage from degenerative tissue to diseased tissue. Degenerative tissue you can do something about, can't you? Generate. Yeah. Can you do anything about diseased tissue? When you think about it, what do most people think?
It's a label, I'm dying.
It's a label, I'm dying. What did you say? Pop a pill. Because conventional medicine works on the chemical. So when we're looking at these, and you begin to understand what your client's tissue issue is, both using the microcurrent, which is tissue specific, and or nutrients, you're going to be able to help him in a way that happens faster. And I'm going to tell you, it happens fast enough that people say, no way, you can't do that.
Yeah.
I was taking my functional medicine certifications, and the teacher was teaching, and she's a doctor, and she said it took us 15 months to resolve this young boy's challenges and knowing the tissue issues and knowing at that point a little bit about nutrition and I have had actually something very similar with microcurrent, but it was more like 4 to 6 months. So I honestly asked, why did it take so long? I have not yet comprehended that they were only working on the chemical of the body, and they were typically only using pharmaceutical. So she said, you know, that can't be. Yesterday, I think I shared with you about a little bit about my immune challenges, my white blood cell count. So for 3 years, going through my functional medicine certification, one of the first things I did was have to pull your own reports. So I could see at the VA, my white blood cells, red blood cells, my neutrophils, basophils, and leukocytes had all been dropping. My next appointment, she told me, was going to be hematology. I said, why am I going to hematology? She said, because by that point, your blood will not have been able to protect itself, and it will be diseased. And then my next question was, this has been going on for 3 years, from a 4.0 down to 1.9, and you're just now telling me this? Well, she went and told me, I went in because I was encouraged, and so that's why we're doing the AO scans for you guys today. Who are we most interested in? First, we're learning. It's our own challenges. And I learned a lot from that particular challenge. But 4 months later, I used the microcurrent and I used heavy concentrated supplementation. I asked her, she'd give me a scan. She said, we won't do anything for at least 6 months. So I went and, you know, you guys know about, you can get your own labs, and if you don't, I've got people that you can go to, or, yeah, there are places that you can go and get your own labs. You don't have to have a doctor's prescription. And my labs came back from a 1.9, I think it was like roughly a 3 or 3.2. Now with the, I think it was either the Kaiser or the Sutter, I would have been back in the normal range. Now still with the VA, it was 4.0. You see the difference? I didn't know this yet, so I'm thinking, oh wow, better, still got more to go. So when you think about, again, ranges, right? There's ranges. And so I took the information and she said that's a false positive, I won't accept it. And she wouldn't give me another test for 6 months. And then when she did, I'd come up, and I can't quite remember, but it was another 3 or 4. I don't think I was yet a full 4. Partly because now I was so excited, I think I may have throttled back a little bit on my own treatment. But, and then from there I start to learn, well, my blood, and inside my blood, it's made in the bone marrow. Certainly. I'm going to give a squeeze. This is Nurse Jones. Say hi.
Hello.
She came all the way from, oh yeah, get the picture. She came all the way from Idaho. So from this experience, what happened was I began to understand and learn specifically that, you know, and some of you may know this, but this will be a refresher for some, this will be new for others. Inside the epiphysis of the bone is the bone marrow. That is where the white blood cells, red blood cells, and platelets are made. So I went to a couple people that I know, one of them being a pathologist, Dr. Wallach, I think he's got 4 or 5 degrees, and I asked him, what do I need to do to increase my white blood cells? And we talked at great length about how it works, and I went to work nutritionally, and then using microcurrent. I don't think we had any, I might have had one other tool by then, it might have been a light, I can't quite remember, but that was pretty strictly what I did in 4 months. I've since met a lot of people that maybe, and I had leukopenia, they literally said, you got leukopenia, basalpenia, and neutropenia.
Yeah, you know, they use that because you already took you down.
Oh, well, but remember, I didn't know, they didn't tell me I was shifting down. All they said was, for every year at the VA, you go in, even if it's just for a checkup. Everything looks fine. How's your back? How's your knee? You know, some of my injuries, right? But other than that, oh, okay, I didn't look at anything. I'm gonna encourage you, pull your labs from the last couple years. Start taking a look and like we did with the scan, and we'll do with the scan. We're gonna look at several times, because sometimes it is a moment in time, you know. And you got this, maybe you got a cold or whatever, and so things dip.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
So I have a sister-in-law who worked in the lab for 38 years. And she says that the levels that they give you, low to high, is 1,000 people in the last 6 months that they tested. The low is the lowest and the highest is the highest in that lab.
And I was told it's a 2% variance. So it's a 2%, and then that creates.
Yeah.
So she was just talking about where these levels come from based on 1,000 people. Here's the norm, and then they move on approximately a 2% variance on either side, and now you're out of normal. Myself, my sister, both sisters, and even my mom, for the longest time, we all had very low heart rate, very low. And you know, I'm constantly being offered, hey, do you want to do something about that? This could be, you know, don't you get dizzy? I don't. It obviously I fall in that 2 or better percent. It could just be, you know, our genes, but size matters, numbers matters. Take a look at them. So when we're looking at the 4 primary tissues, if we're looking at nervous tissue and we're using our microcurrent, what are you going to do for it? Does anybody know? Anybody feel confident?
Rephrase that question.
Let's say somebody comes to you and they have nerve pain. And the little bit that you know, just right here on the type of tissue, how might you proceed in helping them with your microcurrent? Or maybe even with nutrition. And nerve issues could be Parkinson's, ALS, MS, because the mind will sheath. Types of neuropathy.
So 77. I don't know. That's what I would use on my machine.
Okay. All right.
But blue stem too, because I only have 4
Yep,
seconds.
When in doubt, do stem.
Right.
When in doubt, do stem. So we're just trying to, I'm trying to just have you critical thinking, right? And learning those numbers, because when you know those numbers, you're gonna know exactly what you want to do. And when we get tissue specific, ask the question, well, what type of a tissue is that? And it will, some of the tissues are a combination, okay? And that's where, that video kind of broke things down without me going into it, so I don't have the slides for that. But epithelial tissue, how many people have an autoimmune of the gut? Yeah. We can take a look at epithelial, if I remember correctly, it is partly connective and partly nerve. And don't school me on that. We see that muscle tissue comes in 3 different types, cardiac, smooth, and skeletal. So that other 20% can be in combination of these. Okay. When you're working, just know this, with autoimmune, oftentimes there will be some sort of gut issue. In a minute, I'm going to have you pull out your wands, and we're going to do something called the spiral technique. It's part of an immune protocol, but it also can imagine we're gonna take these organs to the gym. We're just gonna give them a little love. You're gonna circle around the belly button. How many of you have done this before, either with me or I've given it as a home? Okay, a couple people. It's kind of fun. We worked on the belly yesterday, right? We did some scar tissue release, all right? So now we're gonna just start to begin to go around and touch every organ. And it should take you about, depending upon your size, 1.5 to 2 minutes to go out and come back, okay? And it's all of the trunk, and you're gonna come up underneath the breast, because remember your liver, your gallbladder, your stomach, your spleen. So we're just gonna circle around and then circle back. You can do that once a day, twice a day. And be, if you do, call me and let me know what changes you see. It's everything from bowel changes. My bowels always smell bad, and now they're different. I have people that they'll be stuck poop in there. And they're like, or the amount that comes out. I haven't eaten that much in 2 days. It's kind of, if that's a problem, think about it. Is there some fermentation and toxicity going on? Right? Likely. Okay. Somebody has a question?
I want to circle back to the, what is the protocol that somebody with a nervous system they have? We're talking about. With the microcurrent.
So this right here.
So depending upon the nerve that is problematic, we're actually, I said in just a little bit, we're gonna work on Gary, on his back. And we're gonna be touching all the nerves of the back. So follow the path. All nerves originate where? In the brain. And how many are there? 24. 2 sets of 12? 12 went down one side, 12 down the other. So some of them, like we'll do end-stem, our brain protocols for tomorrow. But depending upon the type of nerve it is, so if it were someone in Gary's family, I would start here and then I would work down the back.
And so what's the hurt?
Oh, well, nerves are two, but there's a couple of things that we do. It's in your book, and we'll get to that.
Okay.
The question was, what's the protocol? The protocol is in your book, and if you want to look up just end-stem, here's a tough thing. It depends upon what nerve we're looking at. Is it a damage from a car accident? Remember the gal who had the migraines? And I came right here, and it went away. So it was a different protocol. But knowing that it was a nerve, I would use Sonobio 2. I'd clear a few things, scar tissue, inflammation, alignment, and then I'd go to the nerve, whether it's in the back, in the knee. For those that have sciatica, oftentimes that's a nerve. We actually don't even need to go to nerve unless it's been this long-term sciatica and it's reached your heel or your toes. Now, a lot of times, I actually had someone come in and he refused to come back and see me because I was working on his heel and his back. He said, well, my sciatica is gone, even though it was 2 or 3 months ago. I said, this is a residual. This should eventually go away, but I can certainly help this rather quickly. He didn't understand the nerves, Margaret.
I know someone that suffers from nerve pain.
Someone suffers from nerve pain.
Because of those narrowing of that.
Oh, narrowing of the pathways.
That's the back one.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is a mechanical issue. Is there anything?
So I think I hear you saying stenosis. Stenosis is the narrowing of the spinal column. The first thing I would look at, there are several different types of surveys that you can use for your client to gather history and information. I use the type either from, there's several companies that use them, but it's called the symptom. Because our symptoms are telling us, and then when you understand the types of the body tissue, it comes together. I would have her do the survey first. My guess is right off the top, if there wasn't any trauma, she may likely have, that mirror may be, a type of osteopenia, osteoporosis. What happens when we don't have enough of the minerals for the body to keep remodeling? It'll actually keep trying to build, but it's more cartilage than it is bone because the minerals are missing. It is the minerals that provide those hardeners. It's not just calcium is never alone. A lot of people do calcium or calcium magnesium, but none of them are ever alone. So with her, I would work with my microcurrent on bone and cartilage, so that would be Sonobile 7 or 712 for those that have the evolution. I would get her on concentrated doses of supplementation. I would probably also find out, hey, have you ever been on some of those bone
Bisphosphonates.
the Boniva, Fosamax, something like that. Because then we're working against something else. But if it's just typical aging, remember our minerals used to be in the soil and they're less and less and less. So that's where I would go, is those two areas. Did that answer your question? So if you want to go ahead, did that answer your question? Yeah, I know sometimes it's a little complex. And again, when you learn your core, look in your book, the core techniques, and then there's the condition based. The condition based are all of those cores put in a very specific way. And you'll be able to know, oh, that core is to do this, and that's to do this. That's an autoimmune, I'm going to do this, this, and this.
If you had someone that was really sensitive to the nerves, like what is that called?
Well, there's hypersensitivity.
Like you're trying to calm them down, and it actually almost
It agitated him, yeah. So every once in a while, you will have someone. The question was, what do you do for someone who has hypersensitive nerves? Ideally, if they'll let you try to figure out what's the causation of the hypersensitivity, sometimes it's a pathogen. Lyme disease can cause that. It can be trauma from, an accident long ago, and that nerve either is, maybe it's no longer impinged because they don't have pain, but it was, and now it has degradation. That tissue is literally degrading. It's thinning, wearing, not working. Does that make sense? In my opinion, nothing has one answer. A lot of times I've heard people say, oh, Bell's palsy, oh, that's this. Oh, Bell's palsy could be a pathogen. Bell's palsy could be structural, osteoporosis of the bones in the skull. And it's not typically recognized in conventional medicine, but think about this. Do we have grandparents whose face is shrunk? Yeah, that's things that's osteoporosis. But they don't recognize it, and here's what happens. Where's our the nerves? The nerves then become impinged, or they're now pressing against that bone.
Come off of full screen. So,
And I'm going to come off the screen just for a quick minute. I forgot what to do.
unshare.
Unshare. Oh.
And I'm going to do side by side.
We see this?
Then hang on.
Oh, hang on.
This is here.
You might want to do this last.
Gina, did you help her with the?
All right. Let me just fix this. Yeah, there's just one of those lights is sitting right along the side. All right, what question was I answering?
You were talking about Bell's palsy.
Yeah. So, like Bell's palsy, I've heard many make a statement, it is this. I would say there's more than one causation. Pathogen can always be a causation. Mold, we know that Botox has caused Bell palsy. That's a mold, that's a toxin. Parasites, depending upon where they're landing, but also you can have osteoporosis of the skull, which then begins to see these facial nerves right here. And this looks like a little extension, but they literally come all the way. 5 of them branch off and innervate into the ocular. You've got tons of these nerves coming to the eyes, to the sinus cavities, the nasal, etc. So imagine if one of these bones, as it's closing in, it's a very tiny, it's a small space. It's now impinging somewhere on. There's also something called, have you guys ever heard of either vagal syncope or positional hypertension? There's a couple positional ones, and I'm drawing a blank. If they say so, I had a neighbor. He had to quit working. Every time he looked up on the ladder at the auto parts store, he'd fall off. They couldn't figure out what was wrong. I said, I think I have an idea. It's not pathogen. And we began to just work on little wings, very little income. So, he got a little bit of some of the hardening minerals along with the microcurrent. Doesn't have that symptom anymore. So, we're not claiming to cure any disease, but we made a change, and he's getting plenty of sun. Sometimes people say, well, I take all this minerals, calcium, but are you getting sun or a very minimum vitamin D? Many aren't, because we've been told to stay away from the sun. Okay? And I think we just definitely got off topic. One more, if you guys are okay with this,
I'm really good. I'm looking at the binder.
Sure.
It says efficacy of electroacupuncture for the treatment of blah, blah. Is electroacupuncture another name for MCT? The study is in this binder.
So MCT, at least within the microcurrent world, is microcurrent. Some say microcurrent therapy, MCT.
I'm looking at the study, you have it in that binder. Yeah. And it's called electroacupuncture.
And they do use electricity.
Is it the same thing? That's my question.
It's the same thing.
It's been a while. Let me take a look at the study, so I'm not. She was asking about a
study that's in the binder, but it's still there.
Yeah. So so there is electrical stimulation with acupuncture.
I just wanted to look interchangeable because I was going to ever cite that.
Yes, we will, because it's still a type of stimulation. Anything that is an E-stim, you can do, and you can do that. So yeah, absolutely. Some of these things, they matter, because we know that utilizing electrical acupuncture has impacted many symptoms and conditions.
How is it different? How's microcurrent therapy and electro?
If you remember, they're 1,000 times higher. We are milliamps. It's microamps. So, and it's also on the body's waveform. Remember when we went through bio and non-bio, we were talking about some of the other electrical stimulations and where they were at. So they're higher.
Like pins.
Like a TENS unit, or the E stems, the E muscle stems. Those are higher, and they're typically on like a waveform that is a square or a sawtooth or a triangular. What is the body's waveform?
Sinus.
Sinus, yeah. So imagine we're talking in the body's language instead of talking a foreign language to the body. You can certainly, they make impact.
they still nudge something along, and that's a good thing. Did that answer your question?
Well, I just thought there was an overlap between these modalities that, you know,
I guess, how would you describe it to a layperson? They hear electromagnetic therapy versus microcurrent. How do you differ? Do you say that they overlap? But we're at a much lower level, or how do you distinguish the two?
Over the years, I was like you, I was kind of, I just say, so pharmaceuticals work on the chemical in the body. I get to help you with the electrical in the body. Just like what an EKG does, we're gonna go in and check to see if you have enough electrical to that tissue, and if you don't, we're gonna help bring that voltage back up, or just bring it back up.
Well, all of that's very for conversation of EKG is just a breakthrough, whereas this is a treatment.
That's correct, but I think it's something that they recognize, and so sometimes I'm just trying to speak in a language that they're familiar with.
Because many people go, how does this machine read
Well,
what
if
I'm
I talk
doing?
to another medical professional, they know that this thing that EKG is the process.
Yeah, we can talk about that after, right? And we're working on the electrical system. All right, so any questions about what we were covering here? And I remember the first time I learned about, osteoporosis of the skull or even the body, how it can impinge these nerves, how trauma, how important it is if somebody is out of alignment and it's impinging the nerves and it's got sciatica. The protocol for that nerve is going to look very different than the protocol for MS, ALS, Parkinson's, okay, even a stroke or traumatic brain injury. We're going to use some of the same procedures for the brain itself, inflammation and scar tissue, and then we're going to go start to fire up what's happening here and what's happening to the limb or the area that has been affected. So we're going to bring that, I'm going to try to bring that together faster than just working on one or the other. You'll find technicians that'll they'll just work on one and they don't get the same results. When you start to know some of this neurology, you're going to do more things than others that are using microcurrent. And then you add the nutrition to it. And again, in the clinics that I was at, this is what I was saying, we're getting 40 to 50 times faster results. Because they weren't using anything, or they were using what's called fractionated nutrition. Oh, here's a little vitamin A, here's a little vitamin D, here's a, just a few pieces of the whole pie. All right. Any questions on whole basic tissues?
Enough is basic.
So if you haven't watched that, it's a 5-minute video. We sent it out in the email. Please watch it. I think it's going to bring together. I didn't prepare that.
It's 20 minutes, right?
No, it's 5.
Oh, it's 5. Okay.
The basic tissues, that's only 5. And it's a little animated, and I mean, he just covered it so well. It was like, I don't need to make all those slides. And I believe that'll help. But from that, the 4 basic tissues, and then, like I said, we can move into 4 basic disease categories. And we're using the word disease because that's what we know as a conventional medicine uses or states, but it's really a tissue issue, isn't it? It's not a disease.
It's a symptom.
It's a symptom. Know the tissue, and you'll know you've got tools to change the health of the tissue. Remember I told you about my eyes? They're not, I don't know that I'll ever see without glasses, but just seeing my reports, you can see that my eye health is better than when I first started, right? Oh, I had 2 gone. Yes, both cataracts are gone. Oh, wait, I apologize. That was our dog. There are a lot.
Sorry. Stigma. I had astigmatism in both eyes. Gone. Yeah, because that's the shape of the eye. That affects the shape of the eye. Yeah. So, all right.
Just, so I have to, cataract is calcification of the lenses. For anyone who, it's not something that grows, it's something that collects there because of malnourishment.
And
or
malabsorption.
malabsorption
You could be
because of
getting
electrical.
enough of the right thing in. People can be getting enough of the calcium and minerals,
Mhm.
but if they're either not absorbing because of digestion, because they're not digesting or absorbing, or one other causation, sunlight, vitamin D. Misalignment contributed to malabsorption, because you can be taking in the right things, but there are things that can block. What's our timing?
We're at 11:36.
Oh, wow. Mariana's good. All right. So I'm going to show you this survey. I'm going to go back to sharing. Is that right?
Yes. Sharing in the background. Right there.
So a little bit earlier, I mentioned in microcurrent, and I think you should have both of these. Hopefully they're back to back, and if they're not, that's my bad. This is above. It was talking a little bit about the nutrients for that specific tissue issue.
We'll have those tomorrow.
And then this would be using your microcurrent. So you can see on the muscle tissue, there's cardiac, and then there's skeletal. We know that an organ has both muscle, connective, and nerve tissue. So what would you do there? If you look in your microcurrent, third edition, I believe it's page 11, you're going to have a partial of a frequency chart.
What's the chart? That's it. Okay.
It's 19, I think.
19.
Yeah, turn to page 19. So again, we're talking about the specifics of tissue. They know vibrationally what hurts. The muscle needs, the ligaments need. They even know, if you take a look, it says capillaries, doesn't it? Now, this is not a full list. It's not an extended list. But in microcurrent, these are some of our main tissues that we will work with. And when you know this and you begin to understand what modes in your device can treat these tissue issues, that's what I'm trying to connect for you. Do we have any questions? Are you guys getting tired? Yeah.
You keep mentioning sunlight. We're talking like 10 minutes by the pool every day, or we're just talking like going out and just put a hat on or something like that.
I would say no to the hat. So there's a lot of different information out there. Here's how I take it. God made us as electromagnetic beings. We should be in the soil, in the sun. I'm not going to give you a full time frame. There are some that say naked for 2 hours. You gotta expose everything. People are staying away from the sun so much that, if you really go put your feet in the soil, enjoy some sun, 20-30 minutes. It will impact your vitamin D levels. which then, remember, vitamin D helps make those hormones. Without it, it also helps with the cholesterol. Without it, you first of all, the hormones can't be dealt with. These brain things that we just spoke about, MLS, ALS, MS, Parkinson's, they all have a component with the myelin sheath. The myelin sheath is something like 90-10, 80-20 of good fats and cholesterol. And there's some water and maybe a little protein. But what are we missing to make it? You have to have sunlight to make cholesterol and to make vitamin D. I say no sunscreen. There's more and more reports coming out, and those chemicals are part of the causation because the body's trying to push that stuff out.
I have a pharmacist friend who made me compounded a chemical so it wouldn't burn. That lasted in my system for 3 years, and I only applied it once. And so I could not absorb any D3, and so I became so deficient I almost died. So
yeah, and there will be extreme cases where people can't or are short. Oh yeah, no sunglasses. Oh my gosh, eye health and sun, absolutely wonderful. And this isn't my opinion. The research is there. And you just said something about there are companies out there that will tell you using their supplements you can make your own sunscreen, and it is calcium, EFAs, essential fatty acids. And for every 3 hours that you're out in the sun, and I can find the recipe, it's like 5 grams. If you would be out there a little, you'll find you won't burn. Many people that I've shared this with, they say, look, we went to Folsom, blah, blah, blah. We didn't burn. So you can make your own choice. You can, put on something, or once I started learning that recipe, do I follow it? No, but I am taking those supplements, and when we go boating or whatever, I'll throw down a little extra. I no longer typically burn as quickly as I once did, because the body's making its own. Well, yeah, it depends upon your absorption, absolutely. You do probably want to let that settle, yeah. Kind of 15, 20 minutes to an hour, get it in the system. Yeah.
These are some more reports and things pump your stomach out. So that used myself connect my vitamin D after supplementation. I wasn't absorbing it. I have a gene mutation where I don't absorb things really well. And the study came out, get your stomach toast. So we go to take top and shorts and 15 to 20 minutes. I got mine from, I was at 17 for my vitamin D, like 40, so we got 40 to 50 to 80. I'm really low. And in 6 weeks, I had it to 36.
She's talking about exposing her abdominal in the sun for 30 minutes.
I'm fair, so 20 minutes.
20 minutes a day.
20 minutes, three times
20 minutes, three times a week, 3 to 4 times a week, and she was able to bring her vitamin D levels from 17 to 36. So someone had said expose the belly. It's not just about exposing the body. So and then those electromagnetic waves, like some of your reporters talk about terahertz, infrared light, all of those have healing properties, and yet we're being told to stay away.
You're going to get cancer.
So with microcurrent, you see I've got some I'm just trying to piece together for you what you can do when you know the specific tissue issue. And all of this was based on the video, so when you watch the video, this might come together.
Skin cancer, using the current, is there indication that someone's skin cancer?
Good question. So the question is using microcurrent on cancer. So we don't want to use your microcurrent on any cancer. And there's a couple different reasons for that. One, we don't if it happens to be in a pouch, we don't want to break anything. But you can take some of your add-on devices and you treat other organs and tissues in preparation. They have writings on the wall, right? So you get the rest of the body strong. You can use like your PEMF. You can use, and there's some other tools I don't think we brought up here. Other PEMFs that are more powerful that go directly. It's a smaller area rather than a larger area. There's scalar that you can attach to your devices. There's lights that you can attach to your devices. All of those can work directly on cancer to help put it in a better setting. Scalar, the thing about scalar is it calms everything. So it'll begin to calm that tissue. And when the tissue is calm, it can receive nutrients better, it can receive water better. In my opinion, cancer is never a singular modality. I would encourage you to do other things, detox, laughter. I'm drawing a blank on how there. I have a list. There's just so many wonderful things. Music, yes, laughter, detox, either through ionic or saunas. Eliminate sugar. Yeah.
On the AO scan explanation, right?
You want to come up here and say it, and then Michelle's going to say something. So the other modalities are microcurrent is what we're doing. Scalar wave light therapy, terahertz, scalar wand. PEMF therapy, stem cell stimulation, right quantum therapy, intermittent fasting, water increase with salt, organ detox, ionic foot detox, ozone, and oxygen therapy, and other clinicians that offer other things as well. And it's on this.
I read it.
Okay, so we have a few minutes. Does everybody have their wand ready? Now, the first thing I want to do, we were on what setting yesterday for scar? 77. So today we're going to do 77 also. And after you do 77 a couple times, for those of you that do have a pinnacle, you can go to Sonobio 90. Now you're actually going to be doing even greater benefits to the organs. 90 is specific to organ tissue. Okay? Start with 77. We have to assume if you're over 50, there's going to be some, at some point, possibly some, if not all, of our organs have attempted to repair itself. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Some, if not all, right? So, yeah, Margaret showed that. It's an easy one for the tummy. Yeah. May I see it and just show it? So this is a massager, and you can use it anywhere. If you're massaging somebody, it's just a nice, easy instead of the one. There's all kinds of tools. It's not better. It's just different. It depends upon how much you're doing that for you or your clients. But what you're going to do is right in the belly button on 77, and I'll try to pull up the spiral in just a moment. You're going to start just working your way around the tummy. As you come across any stickiness, give it 30 seconds or so. You're not going to work out all the stickiness on this first one. And then just continue. You're going slow enough that it should take you about a minute to a minute and a half going out. And then about a minute to a minute and a half coming back in.
You're going clockwise.
You're going to do both. Yeah. It doesn't matter. The only thing that you want to know is if you do need to have a bowel movement, when you're done, the left side offers the descending colon and then into the rectum. Wind that last part, or maybe even the transverse colon over and down. I do 3 or 4 passes with that, so that you don't You won't block anything up, but you're gonna help move the body along. Absolutely.
Diarrhea, and we opposite direction.
You know, that makes sense to me. I haven't tried it because you're not actually stopping the motion in doing so. And the body will recover and start its own mobility again. I'm just saying, if you have to, like, if you know you need to go. If you can't go, that's a great thing to do. Just start on 77, and you're going to be in constant motion.
Stop share.
Okay, we're going to stop share so that we can. Yes. Yes.
That's page 19. Oh, wait.
Oh, are you talking about
the tissue types?
specific
Oh, sorry.
tissues?
So right now we're treating a stomach. So the tissue for the stomach is.
It's actually
So it's not the stomach, we're going to treat the abdominal area and the organs underneath. But we first have to clear any scar tissue. So you're going to do 77.
So I'm going to be looking at the book under scar tissue. Find out what number. So if you want to see them.
Yes. Scar tissue,
And it would be in the book.
Correct. Yes. Well, we did that yesterday, and right now we don't have any specific organ issue. We're just gonna start enhancing the function. Correct. We dosed the belly button yesterday. That has how many millions of nerve endings? Well, so you dose zero. No, you're not dose zero. You don't need to dose zero with every treatment. First of all, we dose zero when there's been a long-term chronic problem that is not resolving. Or when we don't know what's going on with the tissue and you have some really high numbers. Oftentimes, but if they stay kind of chronic, so here's what I did for me personally. I dose zeroed almost daily for 30 days. An issue that kept returning, it might be 3 weeks, it might be 3 months, but it kept returning. I did dose zero more often, and that's been about maybe 3 years ago, and it has not returned in that same manner. So I did dose zero a little more often. And then I would put pads on. Oh, if you're not resolving, you're just, how often do you need to bring the brain in? Maybe once a week? She said maybe every day for that person.
Spicy scar tissues is on page 24.
Well, remember we talked about the 4 rules of microcurrent scar tissue 77, inflammation, anything over 100.
Right.
So would you start with scar tissue or do inflammation right now?
Well, I can't reduce the inflammation well if there is scarring.
Now, since I did the scar procedure yesterday, would you go straight to inflammation or do scarring again?
Nope, I do scarring again because now we were at the belly button only. We're going to give some love to all of those organs. Okay.
And if it has a scar
from any type of surgery, go ahead and, at some point you want to dose zero and work it out. Yeah. So right now, today, we're at a wellness center, so we're giving this area some wellness. Joan, can I get you advice? Do you want to join us? Mary? Ron? Are you guys? Are you doing your belly?
Okay, now remember, that comes all the way up underneath the breast, right? So that means I'm gonna come up to the rib cage. Where's the liver? Tucked underneath this rib cage. Where's the stomach? Tucked underneath the left side rib cage. So it's not just this, it's that whole trunk that we're gonna do, okay? Yeah, absolutely. No, you're not hitting the kidneys through the front. Yes, and so you can take your, there's a 6-inch and an 8-inch wand. Obviously it's easier with the 8-inch and, there you go. So kidneys are just a little bit closer, to the spine than further out. A lot of times people think they're all around the side. And if you feel for your rib cage, some landmarkers, that last rib cage, the kidneys are tucked up under rib number 12, but there'll be a little bit just like if this is a rib, there'll be just a little bit under, the rest is up. So you want to make sure that you get up there. And this is a general area, right? But here's my spine. It's just a little bit off the spine. It's not necessarily all the way. Now your pain might feel like it's all the way over here because it radiates, right? But in all directions, work out any sticky. And if you want, just do it 30 seconds to a minute every day. Something nice and slow. You don't want to do this for 10, 20 minutes the first time. Why? But what? You might move more than you bargained for. So the question is, if you're already dumping a lot of proteins and blood, so like with a kidney condition, and you start working that area, you will move some stuff out. So I would go low and slow. Obviously we don't want them to have a healing crisis. Yeah, but you can dose zero the kidney as well. With that, have you done that? Yeah, I would do that and then certainly talk about that. So I had a gentleman, he had several kidney conditions, but I always went low and slow with the wand or, the back of the plate, and 77 for any, because the tissue has probably been trying to repair itself and hasn't. You've got a pinnacle, you can do vaso, which is going to increase some blood flow. But I would do that with caution because I don't know how their body's going to respond. It will not hurt, it may not help. Yeah, a minute or two a day. Okay, so one time I did my liver in the beginning. So a liver story, Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, if you know anything about the water contamination. My liver, I was told, was heavily striated, looked like a brisket. It should be nice and jello-like, right? Today I am slightly striated, but when the first time I worked on my liver, I mean, you'll see a change in the stools. The stools were black, and there was, blood that was coming. It was a little disconcerting. But I got something moving, and I was using vaso. So all I was doing was increasing the blood flow. I did not yet do the 77. What's the striation? That's scarring, isn't it? Yeah. So I didn't do that just yet. So, it took me. Vaso on the pinnacle of the evolution, something similar would be fMRSI. It's something that is increasing and pushing blood flow. Okay. So everybody do their belly? Did we capture bellies? And what questions you got?
Yeah, so the 77 on the life evolution on that, and on the pinnacle you would have done what?
Oh, still 77. I would do that a time or two, but then you can go to, you are as close to 90 as Oregon as you can get on that device without going over.
Yeah.
When you're trying to do a specific tissue, but you don't have that exact number, get as close as you can without going over. Okay? So if you want to, for those of you that have sauna bio 90, I would go around one time. And that's going to touch every organ. And remember, you're in motion, and this is on an algorithm. But again, let's just go low and slow.
Okay, this didn't have saddle by your right. What was, I did the,
I think it said, it might say sauna salt. Yeah, it's under one of the sauna. I think it's a sauna salt 90. Thank you for that. Organ regeneration, yes. So now that you've given them, and I would do this 2 or 3 days in a row. You know, again, I'm looking to go low and slow. I don't know your history. I don't know your health. You know, if you feel confident and good, like I said, I mean, I went in there and I just, you know.
Would you like 5 minutes or so?
I wouldn't start with 5 minutes, seeing how you feel today, tomorrow, or maybe you do it once in the morning and once in the afternoon.
Okay. Maybe before work or a road trip.
So he says, don't do it before work or a road trip. Yeah, that's experience talking. Lots of pit stops. Excellent.
So can we follow with, we just work on.
So after the 77, you're going to want to go to sauna soft 90. And again, I would do about a minute to a minute and a half out and in. So that is like taking your organs to the gym. We're literally going to help begin to increase the function of these organs. Yep. Anything else? Any more questions? How come you're not working on something? Oh, got it. Thank you.
She's the camera lady.
Yes.
On Wednesday was in hospice, something to the hospice care, so she's telling me that constipation is huge. With people who are dying. Would this be something that would be in help?
Yes, it would. So the question is, people in hospice, constipation is a problem for most of them. This procedure would definitely help. And remember, think about, I don't have it in my office, I actually have large graphs of the colon and the small intestine. But just if all you did was come up the right side, the ascending, the transverse, and then the descending, and you want to cross over, you're just helping that tissue, you're getting whatever's in there to follow that mobility that is likely to come. Yeah, a lot of them lose electrical. I've had gastroparesis. People have had it for 5 to 7 years, and we've gotten things.
So would you start off with the same, with the 77 and then go to the next?
So question is, would you start off with hospice on 77? I would, because you know, it can be difficult that you're going to get through. My goal is to get through, but yes, swipe it once or twice with 77, and then maybe come in with either 350, or like if you don't have a pinnacle, you could use the 350 afterwards, and then come back down to 77. You got a couple choices. Find out what these modes do, and you're going to go, I think circulation after that, you want to finish with circulation.
Perfusion. Question.
Yes.
Okay. This is called the spiral protocol. Is that correct?
I can't hear. I see.
No, she's not. We can't hear you, Mary. I'm sorry. Can you type it? No, let me know what it is. No.
Can you hear me now?
On her end.
No, she's not.
She's not using her end.
the numbers here.
Can you?
No, it's how we set the
How about
system
now?
up. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Let me try and let me hear.
That's it,
It's
that's
not in
90.
primary.
It's not for tissue. That is 90.
Let me try
Yes,
talking
yes.
one more time.
Look at microcurrent briefing is on page 19. It just goes.
Yvonne, tell her to
So
try
this
talking.
Okay, try talking one more time, Mary.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
No.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, tell her we're sorry. We
My
can't.
display is
Yeah,
off.
it's not her, it's how we have to set the system so it didn't echo. So if you could type it in the chat, I'll read it.
Can you hear her? Can you type it in the chat? So it's not you, it's our system.
Okay.
Yeah, type the question, thank you. Everybody done? All right. So we worked a little bit on the front when we come back from lunch. We're actually gonna work on the back side. And if you wanna take a quick look, we're gonna be doing, it's called 3 pathways. And I think it is.
Want to take a quick look? We're going to be doing a pathway.
Oh, for those of you that was
Want to take a quick look?
on page 46, it says in new boosting build new white blood cells. Page 46. We also call it's also known as the long bones. Okay, and you'll see that you don't do all 4 procedures in one day. They're done one day at a time for different procedures. You'll also include the thymus, the liver, the spleen.
Okay, so her question is,
Somebody can hear us on YouTube.
hang on.
Oh, okay. So people on YouTube can hear us, but Zoom can't.
No, I can hear you.
Can you use this on, she wanted to confirm that it's a spiral protocol, and then can it use this on a kidney dialysis patient?
So I don't know if you heard yesterday, we had somebody that they were going to increase their number of days for kidney dialysis. And, you know, with the microcurrent and with the nutrition, it has not been increased and there's been more output. I've got another kidney story. He came to me and his output was about a tablespoon. By the end of the month, we were up to a cup. You know, these procedures really make a difference, and so does the nutrition is what's doing the rebuild and helping that kidney even greater. Did that answer the question, or was it a little bit more specific? I think it was more specific. Ask me the question again. That was it. Oh, yes. Imagine we could hang out by those dialysis people and have plenty of work. You could set them up, because and I will tell you, that one takes a lot longer. It really does. Because you're also going to be using the pad. I suggest you use the pad. You can certainly just come in there, give it some love, send them on their way, bring them back, give them some love. If you have a rental device, have them rent one so that they can do it every day. It's typically more cost effective for those of you that are practitioners are going to be, because well, you're likely to be charging more. We've got some other handheld tools. This one happens to be a scalar device. We also have another PEMF. So with the kidney, this is much more directed This is larger, and then of course we have the larger pad, so it would be put on the back. I typically use this over this, simply because now I'm more, the kidney's not that big, but you can see I'm directing it, and I would feel the need to direct it at more than one area. And then you got two kidneys, so something like this. They both push about 8 to 12 inches. Okay. Yep. And I would use the same settings. Exactly. They're just the PEMF that again is more concentrated. So a lot of folks have had abdominal or C-sections. I use this in the beginning because it just drives really deep. Again, 8 to 12 inches is pretty deep. But that's just how I was taught, and I kind of like the. But if you don't have that, that's okay. This is and on the scrotum for those. I'm sorry, for the kidney, for the vaginal area for the kidney. Who's Mary. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. It's lunchtime. Oh, I got 5 minutes. Okay. So when we come back. Look, you took away our break by 5 minutes. Yeah, they look the same. I didn't really point it, but yeah. No, I would still, if you've got a scalar, always treat with a scalar. But it will be a different treatment than the PEMF. Okay, the scalar is about it's a calming. It's a different. It's not electromagnetic. It's linear, and so you're actually the body's going to get a different response. Oh no, you can. You could use both if you have them. Yes, the VHE is that's just a handheld, and this one is a pad, and then of course they would be similar. Yes. That one's a little more concentrated, so it drives a little and more pinpointed. So it's definitely more direct. With either, so with any of these, you do not have to have skin contact. And if you want to hand that to me so I can show. This would be the handheld PEMF. There is one for those, it's called the sauna. I don't know if you've seen it. It now has scalar, PEMF, and lights. So again, your device is a generator. Much like I was talking about the AO scan, what they're adding on to it, not just thermography, but I'm waiting for the handheld ultrasound. It's the size of my phone. It's got a little roller on it. We're going to be able to actually see ultrasound imaging. Oh, does that answer your question? Sorry about that. Yeah. I like both. I use this way more often. If you only want one, you can either get the new one. It's probably maybe a year old, but it's something like 2,400. Use my code Yvonne15 and get my discount. The one that has them all. Yeah. This is roughly 420, 450, or 450. We got another question? Go ahead.
Oh, is that me?
Hi, Ronald. Yeah.
Mary or Ronald?
Mary.
Oh, okay. I just to follow up on the kidney piece, would you use 77 first and then fMRSI or some other process? Did you hear me?
So if you stay with the four general rules of microcurrent, always feel confident that you have dealt with the scar. And again, having watched several practitioners, some say, oh, it's a one and done. And it might be, But some say it's not. So if you did one to two to three treatments on the scar, you can go immediately into the next step, which would be either inflammatory or regenerative.
Okay.
And you could follow up, end with, finish with fMRSI, because that's going to increase the blood flow. And I would flood it with some of your nutrients, because think about this. If I'm going to get perfusion and circulation up to 400 times faster, that means my tissue gets to eat more. Does that make sense? So feed the tissue issue. All right. We're gonna break. Everyone back that's here. Oh yeah, yeah. Taking class photos. And for those of you that ordered t-shirts, we will be sending those out next week. Bye. We'll be back at 1:15. Ish. Pacific time. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? The video stops so they can hear it. Okay. So they can't actually see it. Oh, all right. But they can hear it.
They up that way?
Yeah.
So it keeps running on Zoom?
Yeah. It will. Come on. Doctor is stimulated and talk about how placement of that.
There's a lot of times.
These go off after an hour. So it's on the off position. If I press down the plus and then turn it on, it's fast. You'll see sound off or on, timer off or on. So the timeout is off. That can run all night long on 712. 7 is bone. It's not heart rate. So during the day, I phone stimulation. I put phone brightness in there. Okay. The backpack. No.
Oh, did you bring it though? Or was it home?
Maybe. Well, you said I can. Yes. When you go check out. Okay, wait, just grab it.
And,
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody got t-shirt on?
So that's why I'm looking for people who are really good. Right.
Well, actually, people funny you.
Watch out, you got guns. For those who don't know.
Yeah, it's already gonna be. Yeah.
Really.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Tomorrow. I thought it was today. Who's coming? Oh. Well, we could potentially do this when she's gonna be here. No, we're going alarm points.
Because we're done at, from 4:30 to 5.
Is question answering.
That's why I thought that we were putting it in at the end of.
So we could certainly try to treat a hidden pain. Gary's gonna be first, we're gonna travel back. If she wants to get here ASAP.
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Let's take, what
All
time?
have her come a little before 3.
So 45 tomorrow?
We have a break at 2:45 to 3, so that'd be perfect time for her to arrive. Michelle, she's changing some. Okay,
Okay,
I love it.
And
And/or
or
we have one or two of these handheld cases. I don't know how to have self-time.
She's already taking control.
think I'll pick it up. We're just waiting on Michelle. She's changing her pump. Sorry. And she's fixing things. I've never used it. Good looking group. Do you want it on a specific? Oh, it's gonna be on this. Oh, look at you. Oh, what? So not on this, and just on the phone. All right. Silly, silliness. Right. Silly. All right, Gary, come sit down. Do you want to put your button up on? Thank you, yeah.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can you eyes on that? Are we ready? Are we to go? Yeah, just a little bit. A little bit of instruction and then. I've done classes before, but under somebody else's banner. Yep. Yes, under Microcurrent Academy. Yes. Thank you for asking. And can I share now? Know why this is different. I'm a little confused. I'll give it a try. Hang on. I don't know what happened. Oh, there we go. Okay, so getting back to we're gonna talk a little bit about hidden pain. We touched on it yesterday. As one of those pain points under inflammation. So what's the first rule of microcurrent? First general rule of microcurrent is check and treat the scar tissue. Second general rule of microcurrent is inflammation. Now inflammation actually has a couple little points behind it because that could look like a couple different things. And one of those things would be hidden pain. We know the precursor to pain is inflammation. And in the presence of inflammation, the body can't move into that first stage of healing until we quench that fire. It can't move in to receive nutrients to help itself to absorb and then to reverse and heal. So these are just some of the ways that the pain can be hidden. I'll talk real briefly about how we can what treatments you can use for those, and then we're going to go into three pathways working down the spinal column, because as we discussed earlier, many of these hidden are have a connection to the spinal column, the nerves coming out of the spinal column. Okay. One obviously referred pain. There's quite a few types here that are listed: heart attack, gallbladder, usually refers to the right shoulder or back. Kidney infection referred to the lower back or groin. Myofascial pain syndrome referred to other areas. Dental problems can refer to the ear, head, or jaw. Obviously most know a lot about the heart attack, left side. Also your dentist, he's checking to see the vitality of your teeth. And you're saying it's this tooth that hurts, but the tooth that is on his cold test or his E-stim, because they'll do that as well, is referring to another tooth. So that's referred pain. Collateral pain, also known as mirrored, can be pain where you hurt here, but it's the other side that's registering a higher level of IR, initial response, or inflammatory markers. So that could be coming from the central nervous system. A peripheral nerve injury. Again, inflammation triggering a pain point. And then there are also psychological factors that could be in play. The last one, this is not by all means everything, but pain that results of muscle strains, injuries, can have conditions of underlying arthritis, herniated disc, osteoporosis. The pain may be localized or radiate to other areas. So a few ways that we can address hidden pain. If you remember in the back of your small user manuals, it shows pictures of trigger points. These trigger points are for hidden pain, and by utilizing your wand, or for those of you that have the pencil probe, that would be something like the wand. It's a much larger surface area. The pencil probe maybe more for your meridian points. But just treating those trigger points can help you get over that proverbial hump. And then mirroring, treat the other side first on an anti-inflammatory setting, which is above 100. Yes. And then you want to dose zero the unaffected tissue. Go to the unaffected side. And we don't use the words good or bad side. Affected and unaffected. Okay. Because it's not necessarily bad. And then when nothing else, you're going to do the spinal three pathways, and you'll learn two ways that you can do this. And the simple way itself has garnered a lot of good results. This is a little grid, which if you don't already have, you'll go home with. You can certainly use this, make extra copies. When you do this for a family member, you don't have to do it. If you did it the first time, you don't have to continue to do it, because you can kind of sort of come back and look at your numbers and just see if there's been a change. But we're going to work on Gary today, and I'm going to show you what this looks like, because this can be a little bit intimidating. If you want to follow along in your books, I believe. Sorry, I got to give you the page numbers. Thank you, 34 and 35. And when we begin, typically there you have C7. That is for most people it's a landmark. Some know it as the dowager's hump. Again, that's where that would be. But it actually the projection is a little further out than the cervical or the lower vertebrae. So for most people kind of sticks out. That is C7. We're going to start at C7 and then working on the back. We'll go straight down the spine, and then we'll come over to the left side, paraspinal left, paraspinal right, and we'll be crossing back and forth. That is the complex way, and that is when you can't figure anything out. You're gonna look at every single vertebrae and those nerves coming out of each and every one. Okay? And you're gonna dose zero when it's 4 points or higher. And this is called the grid protocol. And you can do a grid. We saw some yesterday. They were like a cross, dragon's tail. There's different names. And again, sometimes it's about who developed it and the why. But you could do a simple nine-box grid around your pain and see if something else isn't the true root cause. Like I said, with Danny, we were treating something until we zeroed. We were just painting it because it was never that bad, but it kept coming back. And you can kind of follow along with me on these pages. A lot of the points of pain. Well, we're gonna see what Gary's back shows. Okay. It's not pretty. All right. So how many? Once I start working with Gary, and let's just say the first number is 33. And the next number is higher. How many did I say does it need to be higher before you dose? And I have to stop sharing, right? Four more. Yep. Let me just stop share. And we'll go, Gary, come on, sit down. Now there are body marks that you can use, and I don't have one today. And we will use the one as your measuring tool. Let me just explain. You might. Would I do this way? Yeah. Turn on your device. Look for a comfortable parallel away from the tissue that you're going to be treating. Very, when you're feeling it. And I will be on that in reactive mode. You feel that? Okay, power down just a little bit. Because when those don't, sometimes you're sitting on it long and you start clearing things out. Okay, and you'll feel it. Not being strong. Yeah.
So what are we treating here?
This is pain. We can't figure out what's going on. So we'll look at all of the nerves. Okay. Oh, and I need to start starting my paper. Thank you. Does anybody charted before? Anyone else? Great. And then if you'll just show them what to do. Okay, show them what you're doing. So we're following this. And right there at the C7, you'll see that I'm first bites. Yep. So, his first initial reaction is a 65. And I'm gonna tell you to put in the corner a 65. That just tells me I have a block. Remember that XY? It's just information. Nobody else uses that, but I do. That's correct. And so he's at 64. Now, if I come down here and he is anything higher, or what does it say? Higher or anything less? I'll go back and go zero the first one. You guys tell me what it says? I got 49. So I'll go back and go to the first one because it's higher. So I'm gonna try again, at least one. Now, I actually have a higher number right down. I already know this is going to happen. Is it in? I'm not done. So I was right. But I'm not good, you know, salt, fiddle. But I'm hoping that can give gel. You go and 97. So you're gonna make it flat. 97. Now I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna try to wipe this off though because as I go down, if you actually still have that gel on, it's gonna goof up your readings. And so that told me the walk from this was 165 to 97. Hopefully, I'm gonna and your eye is so the high will come down and one more. Now is that higher? Four than the 65? So I'm gonna keep going. And I'm basically using one ball at a time. That's about the distance. And I can actually see the red without marking it. So 46. Yes. This is right. Right. So I'm straddling the vertebrae. I got a 46. I'm right on. Yeah. And probably, on one disc and the other with bone being in between. 46 again. So not much happening so far. A lot of the information is up high. 46 again. Now, interesting, all so far these XY factors, the X has been larger. On the next one, 54. So right now, our numbers are telling us. We were at 65, and then where were we? And then what? 54. 56. Yeah, trying to start to use remember the whole right? It has impact for their obviously inflammation and then that and then one part and then will be gym. So bone, part, joint, spinal cord. If I still expect results, then you can come in and see what we're missing. Thank you. Thank you. From this virtual spine. Yeah. Do as a rate, general. And then I remember. That higher? Higher.
my hand. Think about Hashem. Did I just jump on a different truck? Now, I didn't leave the tissue, but I'm on a different track. So, for those who have done surgery, remember the word fulcrum, find a place to hold still as best possible. Because on occasion, you'll be here really long and you need to. Going on. Are you?
I don't like the other one. A lot of acidity. A lot of acidity. So what are you doing now? Is it just...
I'm just
Yeah, okay.
say the same thing.
More doctor for water. If we're gonna be honest.
That's not how it was like husband. 44. So you just kind of go back and forth and 32. Now it is interesting to use the double eight. And you can write down for information purposes 31. Now, and did you have any little and you going down the picture.
Okay, so you say treatment. So what is treatment? Painting. Right.
So that was a little mini treatment in itself.
Right.
But yes, we would look for those high numbers. I would come back and do a 2-minute stimulate, and then I would throw some pads on for regeneration. I know. Is that better? Can you hear me better? All right, we got a shake of the head. Okay. So if you look in your page numbers up,
Page 35.
and the one right there where's the one with the three arrows down the back? Are you okay to just real quick for us? And cloud?
Yep. All right. Most technicians involve point pain and their rule. But there are times when the patient will arrive complex complaints of multiple pain areas, or when they have complex diagnosis involving many areas such as type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, cardiovascular problems, and more, which may all be part of the complex of problems referred to as inflammation. The three pathways program is meant to be an evaluation, but at the same time becomes a powerful treatment protocol. The hidden path technique is applied to an area of complex relationships called the general spinal zone. The spinal zone includes the three pathways on the back, six points on the page 34.
And does it tell us where to start? Should say left.
Okay, so now we're going to this slide here. The central zone starts from below C7 on the back, goes down the spine, which is right on spinal processes, to the tip of the coccyx that finishes on the neck.
Sorry, it will say at some point you'll go spinal, and typically you start on the left side once you've done the spine. So can you feel that? I mean, we're low?
Low.
Low? Okay, but you can feel it.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you take a look at the picture, it looks like I'm gonna go straight down, right? Well, there's a couple ways you can do it. You go down until you feel the area of resistance, and then you're gonna work out that area where you're getting some heat. Okay? 5 to 6 swipes, and again, I'm still on assess.
So on evolution, where would this be on?
You would be on 660,
Okay.
assess. Yeah, I don't think yours has the names on them. I already looked for this, so we would jump to the simplified. Because there's so many complexities. Do simplify for 2 or 3 weeks and see if you change. And you can also look beforehand, which I did not do. We have maybe a little bit of curved line right here. So anyway, next one, complete simplification. Again, he didn't actually have anything, but to your point, this doing this would be overwhelming. So this simplification, it's not going to give you one or two or three points, but you're going to eventually over a couple weeks time hit those points. I'm not. But like I'm just sticky. So he had a little sticky there, and it seemed like it was, but look how much redder that sticky is than the rest. And remember, what denotes or shows you that there is, they call it an active zone, I say affected tissue. What are some of the points? Red or red, sticky, and or you'll see, sometimes that when you're doing this, it's red with a white spot in the middle. Smack dab in the middle. And if we talk about this, I'll probably do fourth first. And I've seen that. The first thing. That is treat body alignment. That's the third. Actually, alignment is four, but if you see alignment, go ahead and address it. And I missed it. And the nice thing is, so again, I'm doing this about three times. Right, and so that sticky is gone. Yes, I'm still on steps, and this sticky, there's just a little bit right there. So I might even spray something. One. Can we get that? Is that showing? It's showing. High inflammation.
All right, there.
See the 100? I'm just showing the 100. Now we'll go to the left paraspinal. And again, oh, he's really sticky right here. Now I'm on the paraspinal, so I can certainly go up and down, but I want to finish with going down. And there's not a lot of sticky right here. It's real good. Well, just working through the sticky. The only thing I wouldn't do this on the spinal cord itself, but you could certainly do it paraspinal. And then going down. Yeah, now finish. Yeah. You stay on 616. Yep, I'm on 616. Yep. And even if it's nice and smooth, what does the book say? Does it give us a range of how many times you'll pass through? Can you say that louder? I think that's good, right? Yep. And again, some might do a little bit like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they'll overlap. 1, 2, 3. It's pretty smooth back here. This is not typical.
Probably fat. That probably is.
That's dissected.
All right.
It's a real answer. No more of this guessing. We don't have no sticky guessing. Now, does anybody remember what we would use for this little curvature? Some might call it scoliosis. 350 on the side that's doing the pulling. And sometimes if you're not sure the side that's doing the pulling, oftentimes it'll be the side that is extended. You can see that inflammatory response. It's also, you'll see that the concave, convex will come the way of the pulling. So this guy is being pulled, we're looking like that. Now he's looking like this, coming down, and so he's got. So I would do 350 this side, and FMR this side. And on occasion, you can do that sometimes every once in a while, not doing something, you can try pads, and you would put 7, 12, and just to try to calm the tissue. Sometimes just calming the tissue, and then going back to the original 350 RSI may give you the change you're expecting. Now, it'd be interesting, Gary, you want to hear some getting in your reports. So this is actually a pretty big protocol. So I would encourage you to do at a minimum foot detox tonight. And people will have all kinds of symptom relief, maybe not the same day. It could be anything from bowel movements to how they're digesting their food. They may see changes in absorption, and one way you know there's a change is in the toilet. The stool doesn't have any signs of food. So you know immediately that there was a change in the stomach, which is what digests the food. Stomach goal is to turn that into a broth called chyme. And you don't want to see any food, right? They feel? And then we will come up to the neck, because we come up to the cervical afterward. And come to the left. Center is cervical. Yes. And notice I was the balls were vertical there. And this is really smooth up here. So if you want to start getting your devices and pick a partner and each do, we'll just do the full version and work with the person that you're working with and work out any activities. And in doing this, I'll encourage everybody to do something. And you can do a bath. I go bath. Do so.
And when you do a bath, how much salt based upon how much water in the tub?
So the typical rule of thumb is 2 cups, if you have a tub full of water. Seems a small, but
2 cups?
Yeah. 2 total cups per whole tub.
All right. That's just hell. Me?
Yeah.
Hi.
level.
We can't.
We have to have multiple levels.
Okay, then it's that.
All right, I'll wait for a second. I'm not allowed to put it next to. Talk to Dream, I think.
So what should I be working on?
Just do the simple
I do the simple one.
Right, and so maybe
So I
something
need-
Mary.
something but you could switch I sit down, my numbers push higher, my numbers are higher.
Right.
You know, if you give a little extra love down
And
there.
then between the shoulder blades.
Yeah.
And really, no, this is neck.
Yeah.
But I probably said it's pretty smooth.
Super, yeah. So
It
you
might
need
actually
to.
Might be your shoulders that you have more.
Well,
if you just like
collar.
Yeah, we will be
Don't-
doing,
don't-
I think we do collar zone tomorrow, which sometimes that's where it's, you know, that's where it's held in, that's a perfect word to use. Yeah. You just got some feedback shoot. You've had it before, right? I'm not sure I like it.
I know, I don't like it.
Can I make you a cup of tea?
It's like 40 foods. I have my vitamins. Well, you're sleeping.
May I make one seal and give to she finish because you're gonna need the fluids in you, and it has the guarana that will wake you up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So when you finish, I'll give it to you. Good to go. I'll be right back.
You know, and that down.
This is like hour. Here. Down. Oh. Weekend. Okay, so meet somebody to hold. This is your girl. There you go. Now. Brand new. Yeah. Let's see. What do we see? Can you see that?
Yeah, what's never date line?
Let me know when you. And I'm just gonna go on the side of the spine. Now.
Are you doing a simplified?
Bye. You feel anything?
Not yet.
Well, I
I feel it.
A little bit? All right, that's all we need.
Oh, that was a lot.
So we'll mark these 7.
So that's for
7, that more extended bump?
Yeah.
Yep, that's C7. So it's just a nice little landmark on the body. And then I'm just nice slow.
That's a lot.
Is that too high?
Yeah.
All right, power down. Okay, I powered down about maybe 20. How's this?
Better.
Okay. So I'm just going nice and slow.
Can you tell? Yeah. Down there.
So I'm gonna.
3 to 5 times this.
And then I
Oh, okay. So again, we've got C7, so we've marked C7 right up here with just a little body mark. And just coming down, the spine, we want to be in a vertical position. We've got a comfortable power level, and there's really no sticky. Now, you saw that little bit, just a little less padding right here, but there's actually no inflammation, no heat. Now I got heat right here. A little bit of sticky. Do you feel that change, Mark? Do you feel change? Sometimes they can feel the oh, I don't yeah. There. Drag, right? See how this side is standing taller than that? This is inflammation right here. Okay? So I'm just gonna, I'm picking up and going back down. I'm not going up and down. I'm picking up, coming back. Okay, I'll do it a little bit exaggerated. Because when you're on the spine, you want to be going up, downward. Okay. Now look how nice and smooth that is, and then nice and right there. And then I'll finish. And these little dimples right here, that tells you that's the top of the sacrum. And so we'll go right to the sacrum. Okay. All right, now I'm gonna go, the next move is on the left side. Here's the spine, you can see kind of red. So this is a lot of times when we get that red. There may be some tissue, as you saw, a couple red areas, like with Gary. She's full red, okay? There's been a lot of stress in her life, so there could be infection. It could be something that's simple. All right, and then you would just kind of identify what's currently going on in my life, right? Yeah. And there's to be no sticky here. This is all nice and smooth. Yeah. No. Give it. Now, there's a little key. And I can go up and down. When we're paraspinal. Okay. So I'm going to come diagonal.
Look, it's an indication. Right? There's something going on. The tissue is affected in some way. And like I said, she's have a lot in life. And so, you know, my client sit talk about ultimately, it doesn't matter as long as we begin to move out, especially if she has pain, right? If we, and then look at this. Remember what I say about a white spot? So I'm gonna give a little bit more love. You guys.
So it's my right side on the lower.
Right about the kidney.
Uh-huh,
Right about the kidney. Any kidney issues?
Well, could be.
Yeah, and I went all diet.
Or adrenal.
Yeah, could be adrenal. And we don't know, she's just guessing based on her own history. But it's something is revealing itself. Kind of cool, huh? And then we have a little bit of something up here. Now I covered this whole area. Can you see a little bit right here? Seems to not be as, it's not really showing up on that, is it? And I wasn't pressing really hard. So down.
And then a little wider.
All right, now I'm just gonna pick it up from here and underneath. All right. Nice and smooth. Something right there. What? Nice. So this actually being tough, so definitely want to do a minimum of foot soak. And if anybody wants to see Margaret, she does ionic foot baths. Okay. But what we're gonna do is have report back next day or so what's going on. This is something you can't do this daily. You can start off 3 or 4 days because it just depends on how the body's gonna receive what's being released. All right, it's a simplified way. And I've seen different things, everything to bowel, headaches, is a number of things. And again, this is the 3 pathways, hidden 3 pathways. Simplified version. How do you feel? Wait.
I'm a little tired.
Okay, still tired, all right. Yeah. Carol, take this off.
Thank you.
You really want to mount Dr. Pepper, but you know, not Dr. Pepper. And then.
Shall I sit here?
There is yeah. I really don't mind that. I mean, is it like 4 times a day anyway?
But I know you
You have no nicotine patch.
I'll say what ounces, whatever you put a drink out.
And then normally you always go to that side first.
Oh.
So I can go, but see. So is that what they're seeing?
Yes. Now.
Oh. Her camera mine. That's what I wanted to go search. Okay. But I didn't, you know. And hey, how are we going to do the AO scan? How are we going to do the AO scan? Can everybody pull theirs up? Am I on? Sure, please. And I will try to get over to. She's doing dishes. Gary. She's doing dishes.
Oh, well, do I need to have, do I need to time that?
She'll be right back. So I'm just looking for one of these pieces that okay, here. So, couple questions just to verify. When you're doing, for those of you that are interested in more than this one right here would be the simplified. Am I not sharing? Sorry. Let me share. Hang on. Lots of moving parts. Thank you for hanging in there with me. I think I forgot what to do. Okay. So see this guy right here with the three arrows going down. This is what we just did. This is the simplified pathway. And again, both of these are for hidden pain. When you can't figure out what's going on, you've done your microcurrent general rules, scar tissue, inflammation, alignment. This does fall under that hidden pain. And then when you take a look at the simplified, sometimes so on this first one, this larger one, people might come in and they do have a very specific pain point. But it's not getting resolved. You might do this full grid. You might only do a partial grid. But when, let's say they come in and there's multiple areas of pain. Don't attempt to do this. You could do a simplified. I would even have them rent a device and have somebody at home do it. They're going to get much more benefit than coming to me once or twice a week to do this. And the value, depending upon what you rent your device for, $150 for the week to $200. It's going to be a greater value for them as well. And so to me, it's a win-win. They're getting better. And you're creating community. And or same with your family. So this one is when you and you can also do it. We've done this for people that don't have any challenges. But just imagine this: you're going in and you are just going to reestablish, help the body reestablish any potentially low or lost electrical. Can that bring some health to the tissue? Yeah. Absolutely. Okay. So the next thing that we're going to go on to is we're actually going to, I think we're taking a break. We're going to come back and pull up before you walk in this room. Did everybody get a scan and did it get to your email? Because we're just going to kind of walk through it. You be comfortable with sharing whatever you want to share. But we're going to kind of do a little Q&A. And hopefully you'll begin to pick up on what you're looking at. Okay? Did anybody actually go in and look at their scans? Okay. We just want to make sure everybody got it first. So if you want to go ahead and take that break.
Mine messed up if I had to confirm my electric socks, my battery.
And that's okay. We're not really remember today is just it's a little bit more about this is your tissue. It'll be the general health, but we're not there's no diagnostic of anything. And yes, that's part of your voice scan. And you could certainly listen to the music. Yes. At home, anytime. So we actually have video, and I'll just tell you this real quick, of more than one parent who caught their kid in the middle child that might have learning disabilities, autism, having a meltdown or spasms, and they quickly put on their voice music And if one of them is just super cute, the kid comes over to the side of the couch and just lays next to, she just set it on the back of the couch. And I mean, in 30 seconds or less, he just melted. Did you see that one? Oh, it just, I mean, wow. It's on a Facebook site. I'll try to see if I can find it. Yeah, and there's more than one. This one was just super. So if you want to take, I think it's we're actually going to take the break just a little bit early, okay? So get out of here before the taskmaster.
Recording stopped.
We're going to take 10 minutes, and we'll be right back. So let's be back at 3:05. Huh? We're going to come back and review your scans. 3:05. Be back. Pressure, sure. For us, it's acute pressure. And we're gonna break, we come back to this one, and this way. Okay. What? Drop it in. Oh, then that's it. So, do you have your, well, and just a minute, we've got like 2 minutes, right? Am I on? Okay, I'm just gonna go kind of find and select. Um, Yes, we did, because of what we're getting ready to go into.
Okay.
Yep.
What are we getting ready to go into?
The AO scan and TCM.
Okay.
How to read,
Okay.
just, you know. Mhm. Those. Wake us up. Gina is spring. Oh, get it in there. It'll open the airways. It'll open the airways. We got Gary who's coughing, so Gina's running around, spraying peppermint essential oils. Little breath freshener. Hang on. There's not much left, is there? There you go. Does everybody have their scan pulled up?
Recording in progress.
Sharing my screen that whole time? I guess I think I was. Okay, in looking at your scan, you will not have as many images as I do. We didn't do a full comprehensive, it's 20 minutes. With the full comprehensive, there's over 120 organs and 4,000 points on the body. And so I'm just going to show you a few things first, and then I want to be looking at your comprehensive, your scan. And let's just open it up for some questions. Okay. So again, it's covering 13 of the body systems, the veins. And if you take a look, you're looking at a lot of information. Now, the only time that we would be looking at anything is if somebody came in with a pain point or challenge, And we would be looking for anything double red. Okay? Here we have the arteries. And again, all throughout the body. It does go through the chromosomes, and there are those that study and teach this. We won't be touching on this because that's not my area. Connective tissue. This is mostly where I land, is the connective tissue. The neat thing is when somebody's having a health challenge, you layer several of these systems together for greater information. And as you learn a little bit more about how these systems connect together, you're going to be able to see. Yes, I'm seeing it here, lymphatic, in the maybe organ. So I'll tell you, I'll tell you one real quick. Gal calls me at night. She had had, probably 4 or 5 scans on file. And she was having great pains in the groin. And my first question was, has she recently flown? Because the first thought was, I asked, was there trauma? She said, no. I said, have you flown? I was looking maybe for what? Yep, blood clot. Yeah, I'm flying. She said no. I said, what else going on? Oh, I've been in bed for 10 days, and I've been sick. And so I said, well, let me go take a look at your scan. And it dawned on me as I'm looking for her scan. I said, she wanted to know if she could use the microcurrent. And I said, not unless you go have that checked out. I went and looked at her scan. She actually did have a lymphatic layers. Lymphatic, I think it was vein and connective tissue, maybe nerve right here in the groin. All three systems. Yeah, we're giving me information from her previous scan. Anyway, yes. Because if you have a clot like cancer, you don't want to break it up. Okay, you can certainly get niacin with nattokinase, and it'll begin to melt new and old clots. All right, you turn red, but it's very beneficial. So we finally she gets there is no deep vein thrombosis. Everything is clear from the ultrasound. So I said, yes, go ahead and use the scan, use your microcurrent. Ultimately, I said, tell me what you've been doing the last 10 days. She's sick. She had her laptop right here for 10 days watching movie after movie. She had a laptop on her lap in bed. What do you think was going on? Low circulatory. So if her body was sick and it was trying to move something out anyway. Now I couldn't scan her, so I couldn't see any stagnation. But it did show that she did not have, according to the ultrasound, a DVT. And actually, I said, kind of go low and slow. She did have the pad. I said, then put the pad in between. And we got her on. She had nattokinase, I think, in her home. She was feeling better in about 2 days. And of course, I said, have you done? Does anybody know what to do if you get a cold like or flu-like symptom? We're going to do it tomorrow morning. Does anybody know what that is? She said, stay in bed and don't move. No. Piragov's ring. Piragov's ring. Not only will it wake you up. Do you remember Piragov's? It's where we circle around. Back and forth. It brings energy to many people, but you've got some histamines here. We're going to be talking about that tomorrow. And sulfur. And so you're actually going to be helping your body. It does give you a little energy boost. If you want to use it now, Gary, if you need an energy boost, take and do Piragov's ring. Okay. So here is a double red. So when I'm saying double red, this is what I'm talking about. Now, if this person came in and was having foot pain and this double red was there, you know, this would be a spot that I would go to. Yes. Well, on occasion, if they've got pain and you want to look it up, I don't typically do this. Like I said, sometimes it's after the second appointment. If I don't see a change, I'll say, do you mind if I take a scan? For me, if they want the full scan, we talk about, but I just take them the scan so I can see what I can't see. I want to see what I can't see. And I go, okay. I would be looking for. Yeah, actually, you are correct. If it were a 1 or a 9, and it was on the point that she came in with pain with, remember this itself is providing a scalar and right treatment. So it optimizes, it helps to bring that tissue back in balance. It's a very minimal optimization. But if you do a full comprehensive, that's 5,000 points in the body. So that is correct. Many people will use this as their correctional device. But this is only for education, not for diagnostic. So in you taking a look at your scans, tell me who has a question. And we'll just kind of go through. Okay. Did you click? Did you click on the link?
Yeah.
So go a little bit further. Go a little bit further of the link. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. Here we go. Down here. And I'll show you on for streaming what some of the things that they're seeing. Yes. Along with those zeroing, your 6 points. Yeah, absolutely, because it will stimulate some of your histamines, and that will help reduce. Paul, would you be okay if I showed your imaging for the folks streaming? Okay. Just so that you're going to see a view from the phone. This particular scan, we scanned everything, but this is what we call an easy scan. It's only.
That's on the very bottom too.
Thank you. Yep. I'm sure. Hang on, let me just answer this question here. So, we did something that, and I'm just going to get to it. This scanned everything in the body, the 5,000 points. And then what it does is on this easy scan, it shows you in imaging and in vitals what things didn't shift from a red. Basically, it's kind of saying, hey, you got a little love there with the scale on the right, but it was a minimal to no change at all. Is that helpful to understand? And now when you see this repeatedly, that's when you start going, all right. Or for those of you that have a number of devices, the microcurrent, terahertz, the laser wands, whatever. These are things you can do to help correct and enhance what's going on. So on his device, these are things in the body that didn't move. Okay. So we got a couple things in the large and small intestine, little connective tissue, or is that bone? That one is the skeletal sacrum. Little maybe you've had that shoulder issue. I wonder if you've got a twisted pelvis. Yeah. And you remember when we talked about your twisted, she says. You remember when we talked about doing around the pelvis? Yeah. I want you to do that every day on assess and 350. And it shouldn't take you more than a minute to go each time around. And start loosening those muscles. They've been in that position a long time. You might need to do a little scar tissue actually. Okay. Yes. Yeah. This will be about you. Yep. So it is a full comprehensive, but rather than being overwhelmed like what I was showing you with, there's over 120 pictures there. It's showing you only the ones that had a double red. It just makes it easier to read. Well, double red, which is a 1. So either side of the spectrum. The tissue is either vibrationally running low or vibrationally running high. Now again, this is a moment in time. This doesn't mean that there's any condition here. And you'll see a lot of these come and go. Like what was that about? I don't know. I had a headache that day. I slept wrong on my arm, right? And so it might show up. I had a gal. I said, do you have something going on with your shoulder? And as we're scrolling through, something with your elbow? Something with your hip? Your knee? Your ankle? Every point showed up for her. Oh, there we go. Then there's some ocular. Let's put the microcurrent goggles on. Give a little love there. If anybody wants to experience those things, let me know. I'm okay. We'll stick around and, 5 or 10 minutes. Just see what it's like. It is a little. And then there's some chromosomes. Oh, she's got hers, and I've got one. We said at least 2, maybe even 3 of you. All right. Okay. So there's a little bit. Hope that's beneficial. And then I'm going to go back to sharing my screen. Thank you, Paul. And so what questions do we have? Do you want to show the vitals? No, the scan that we did. Yes. What is that called again? Oh, the brand, yes, would be AO.
Offer in a practice on top of microcurrent. You say we offer scan. You don't have to scan it first.
Oh, no. Yes. No. But most, correct.
They work together.
Well, and I'm trying to encourage people whether it's a home wellness or you're going to open up, a little single practitioner business, you and yourself. It is incredible what you will be able to feel confident about offering yourself, your clients. And then for those of us that are, have clinics. It's great for, if you came into my practice, you've got a tool that's just giving you, it's a visual for the client. Yeah, we talked a little bit about the beliefs, the buy-in. Oh, okay, so she's suggesting that I tell you about the 3 days and remind me. I'm gonna say this first because I don't want to forget the 3 days. For microcurrent, this is a little bit different. There actually is going to be a Black Friday sale. What's coming up? Black Friday sale. So you can use my code Yvonne15. It may override. I don't know what his discount's going to be. It may override his discount. And or at least matches, but put them. Yeah. Yep. So be mindful. He is coming out with a new pinnacle. And it's going to have less modes, and it's mostly the set it and forget it modes. Okay. And now, Dr. Rob and Dr. Hache, yeah. When is Black Friday? I think it's Thanksgiving. Okay. Yep. Anything that you know, whether it's that or anytime you need an accessory, see if they take it. So now for the scan, the company offers, connect with me. It's roughly $50, and you can use the scan for three full days.
Okay, so we forgot about the scan shop in Canada. So their Black Friday is November 1st.
Oh, okay. Their Black Friday is November 1st. And if you didn't receive anything from Dr. Rob, let me know. We'll make sure that tomorrow we're going to talk about making sure that you're connected with the rest of the community. Okay. So at any time you can go in and watch videos or ask questions, and when you're up late at night or early in the morning for those that happens with. So and then we back up with the AO. You can offer or you can get, and just kind of check it out. These pictures that I'm going to share with you again, and how that may be of benefit. Just play with it. We do have some folks that they actually share the family share. And with the AO, like the Zyto and some of the others, are roughly right at $150 a month. If you're a practitioner and you did one full scan, that would pay for your subscription. I do have, like I said, I've got a mom, and then I can't remember if it's the sister, and then the brother's family. They do something. There's lots of ways. They don't require that you have it for life. With Zyto, you had to sign a minimum. I think it was 3 months or 6. I can't quite remember. So here we got a knee with a double one on the bursa. Right here. And I know you all are looking at your scan. I love the shoulder. Remember earlier I talked about the shoulder. A couple golf players. They brought in imaging, and I wasn't getting the expected change. And just so you know, in my office, I'm pretty confident now. In the beginning, not so much. But if I can't drop your pain by half, you only pay half. I have to pay the clinic, but I don't get paid. So I want to get paid. So I'm going to be doing my research to try to help you out. Okay. These tools are pretty darn effective. So you may choose to offer the same. Who's got a question on their scan? Oh, well, we're a little over 40, so you're gonna see some red. Yep, then let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Well, you're looking for something that's not changing.
You wait for a second and compare this.
And no, you actually got two scans today. You sat down and it scanned you, and then it provided you with a right and scalar treatment, and then it re-scanned you after the treatment. And you'll see many of those went from a red or orange to a yellow or green. It helped move them into that vibrational norm. And so that's why it got shifted. Even if it was just 1 degree, remember 1 degree several times, we're gonna have a completely different outcome.
Okay, so for example, I'm gonna look.
And so she's looking for red and she wasn't quite. Okay. If you open up your, we had it open this morning. It will talk about the 1 through 9. And let me just see if it's at. Thank you. Yeah. Now some of us have put in a request to the company about this because they told us, but this is not quite. Where is it? Mine's not going anymore. I am on image report table. Let's see if the table provides that for me. Yeah, it doesn't. It's at this point. So there is a graph showing you what each of these numbers mean. And ultimately, the reds are considered critical. But remember, this is scanning tissue that might not even have developed yet in matter. The matter itself, vibrationally, there's some additional heat there if it's a 9 or an 8. But the tissue itself hasn't necessarily changed. Now, doesn't mean that, oh, here we go. Oh, these are vitals. So this is what it would look like. Okay. Now, as they teach and train us, this word critical and severe, that sounds a little scary. Oh, where do I?
Your screen sharing?
Your screen sharing.
Oh. I'm sharing.
There you go.
And I'll put it in my face. Now, several of us have put in because as practitioners, this can actually look a little scary. That's severe and critical, but it's a frequency. So it's actually like an ultrasound, can see things before it is within the tissue, before there is any tissue pathology change, or like a thermography measures the heat. Okay.
Red, orange, bottom. That's gonna be, let's keep an eye out. Or let's work on that area.
Let's keep an eye out. Yep. And remember I told you like I'll put three together and I put a W because maybe I'm getting red, but it goes away. Red, but it goes away. I had another daughter who were living in a house, and mold kept coming up. But it would go away after scan. But they come back to it and I said, this we're getting a treatment, but you keep coming back with it. So I have to assume that you might be entering into a space. Yeah, we knew there was mold in our house. We just, I said, well, this is kind of a confirmation that you do have it. I'd have that checked out. I actually had somebody whose mold was in their car. It was a car that was in a flood somewhere back east, and it got brought back this way. You've seen that before, Gary?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Now, okay, yeah. So she's asking a great question. Can I take a peek? I'm gonna just see if she has anything like this. She does. So under avocado, her first scan was an 8, and her second scan was a 9. So it went to red. Now, hang on, sorry, I'm trying to. Is that right?
Yes.
There you go. There's over 5,000 points. So as the body's processing everything, some things get pushed over for the moment. Because the body's trying to, the work, the overload the body's doing. That's why I said some people will have this scan and they feel energized because something got moved out. And some, there's a lot moved out and they feel tired. So when you see your first scan was within normal and then it got pushed over, that would be one that we're not necessarily too concerned about because we know the workload that we just, when you work on the body, it shifts and changes all kinds of things. It just pushes something out. Now, if it keeps coming back, or that's an area of weakness, we can certainly look at it. There's so much to look at that you have to begin to identify what you're going to look at. And so typically I will say pick your top three unless they come in with some very specific things. Or in the event I see something like with these ladies, they didn't tell me about mold. They came in for, it was mother daughter, they came in for other things. I saw that, and they're like, oh, yeah, we kind of sort of figured that. Well, this could be part of why you're feeling such fatigue. You want to have that checked out. For her, it was on avocado. So maybe for the day, she's a little bit high. What it's saying. So let's say it wasn't pushed out, but where do we, okay, so chestnut we have a double 9, and celery we have a double 9. Sometimes it's not so much in this type of a scan. It's not so much about you're allergic, but hey, your body's going to have to do more work to process that than maybe worth the nutrients in it. Also, if somebody's taking supplementation, and this is offering, let's just say it's a high antioxidant. Those cherries or blueberries may not benefit you today. Pick something else. Okay, it's not necessarily saying you're allergic. Now, when we see consistently gluten, oats, wheat, and they know melons are a problem for me. You clean up their gut. I had somebody couldn't eat melons for years. I think you know the story. This was very interesting. Couldn't smell, couldn't taste. Definitely allergic to melons. We started working with him, nutrition first, and anyway, he walks in the door one day and he says, that smells good. His wife and his daughter both came out and said, what'd you just say? And he was like, oh my gosh. And he hugged his wife, and he fell to his knees. He said, Yvonne, I smelled my wife for the first time in 25 years. That was huge. We just started cleaning up the gut. And let me tell you what he did. Oh my gosh. So we weren't maybe 3 months in. So what is that? 9 weeks? He's like, well, you said, but I never said you were no longer allergic. That's not on me. Well, he decided to have, I can't remember what was first, watermelon. So he had some watermelon. No reaction. So he went and had some cantaloupe. no reaction. So we went and had some honeydew melon, no reaction. I find out later he had all three, the whole thing in one day. Oh my. Well, not all at once. Take it easy. His name is Randy. And whenever we have potlucks now, it's just hey, they bring the fruit plates. Any other questions?
This is how true it is. I was telling
Come over here.
about my liver, and the doctor said my ALT was high. And so I looked at my scan, and the liver showed up as a 1, and I did the legend, and it said this is something. So I asked her, what does this mean? She went to the meaning,
Right.
ALT.
So this matched your blood panels.
Yes.
Okay. And that can happen. Sometimes it doesn't match. I have had people that something didn't register on their blood panels, but did over here. Okay. So again, we want to be very careful. It's educational. But the fact that it's measuring vibrationally. When you begin to understand that, this is what's been going on. With NASA, DOD, they've been using this, for 60 years. For ALTs, we're gonna look at some other things and then what she's doing, but her and I, we've talked a little bit. She knows part of what it might be. Okay. For Ed. Yeah. She is definitely an expert in those health challenges. Kathy, do you see anything of interest? Oh, they're looking at the parasites. And the parasites are pretty extensive. I think there's what, 30 or 40? And I'm going to share again. I'll show some of that information. Give me just a moment. So here would be your image report. This is mostly where this is mostly my lane. And I'm just going to show those that are streaming so they can see a little bit. I know I'm going quickly. There's a lot here. Like I said, something over 100. Want to come share? Okay. There's some chromosomal changes. Sure.
So this is from a resource that was available. A couple of resources actually that are saying because the C19 jab, it has affected chromosome 2. The chromosome 2 is the chromosome that regulates our response to our empathy, our empathetic response. And people are noticing that there's been a change in how people are reacting, their level of frustration, their impatience, their anger. And they're attributing this to the effect on the chromosome 2. I don't know what the antidote would be unless we become very conscious. And of course, we always look to spirituality first, understanding and everything else that we're talking about today to affect our epigenetics, to regroup and to regain them.
about some correlations, huh?
I know.
So this is my eyeball right here. And if we get a chance, I'll show you some of my scans since about, I can't remember if it's 2021 or 2022. But I had a whole lot more red. A lot more red. I love it. You get, some cross cuts of different organs. There's lymphatic. Remember I was talking about the gal. We looked at the lymph. We looked at the veins. And why can't I not remember what the nerves. Here's some nerves. And all three were showing up something prior to her being sick. So the fact that she had all of this going on. Look at that. Look at my lows. Better have that checked again. Now they're not double red, but I'll match them up with my previous. And we are all aging. This is everything you get to see. Some liver details. Cross section 8.
I remember. You don't, most people don't see all this information. You hold on to it, to that organic,
Right. And that's something like once you do a comprehensive scan and you do an easy scan, it'll only show you any like the double reds. And most people might have 8 to 10 to 12. That's much more that you can take in, right? And there's a whole panel on the teeth. Wow. I mean, and this is nothing. It'll go through every tooth, nerve, dentition, the bone. Very extensive. If I understand your question, it will vibrationally show me information about the dentition and the pulp and the nerve. And the nerve also in the mandible or the maxilla, the bone. We should probably go take a look. Do you mind sharing your story? You want to come up here? I'm going to let Michelle share her dental story. And do we take you off or you'll be seen?
No, I'll be seen.
Okay, here. Let's do this one too. There we go. All right.
All right. So, at the age of 28, I turned to look this way and had three ruptured discs cervically, 1, 2, and 3. I was driving, taking my kids to school. So I go to the doctor. They did the bone density scan, and I had severe osteoporosis. So they put me on first Fosamax. It's the once a week thing. It caused ulcerations in my stomach. And they said, we'll try the Boniva. No change. It got worse. And so they said, I know, we'll do a once a year infusion of Reclast. And we'll improve your bone density. It did. But what it did is it stopped the remodeling. Remodeling is building new bone. It kept the dead bone there. And now I have osteoporosis of the jaw. It stopped the bone marrow from developing to remodel my jaw. And so now what was happening prior to using the microcurrent is the bone in my maxilla and mandible were disintegrating into sand. Including the teeth. And I got a hole that I didn't approach you with until a hole between
inside the mouth, all the way up to the sinus cavity opened up, and pus started pouring through. The infection was so severe, I cannot see a dentist because you have to have a blood supply to pull a tooth, to drill on a tooth, to remodel anything in the mouth. So I've been able to see a dentist since 2018 when they diagnosed me with ONJ. And so when this happened at 3 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, I started texting Elon about 6 o'clock in the morning, telling her what was going on. She said, well, come on over. So I did this. This isn't turned on, right? It was. So she says, okay, do this. So I held out there for 5 minutes. And then she goes, okay, move here. So I moved here. And so pain level of I'm going to call it 25, went down to a 3. In 2 days, it went down to zero. I haven't had any more pain here. The fibrin, which is the blood, came back and filled in that gap. And so I'm still doing colloidal silver and a few other, non-antibiotic antibiotics. And the remodeling is begun with the plant-derived minerals. Because there was a 10-year study using just plant-derived minerals as a mouthwash, rinse, and swallow. And it's rebuilding bone and teeth and the gums inside the mouth. And that we just found out about 2 weeks ago. So I started doing that, and I had another tooth that broke off on this side. It's remodeling this remaining. There's still root down here. It's remodeling. It's kind of interesting, but. So
she was sitting out.
yeah, so you have to come back here.
But I'd like to tell them what your mattress pictures and stuff. What was coming back online.
So he says the blood supply is coming back. He said I can't explain it. I've never seen this happen. He said typically because I'd already consulted with him. And the first consultation, he says, well, that'll continue to happen, the standing gravel. And when your jaw falls off, I'll put a feeding tube in, and then I give you 5 years. And I said, you're kidding. And this was 2 years ago. This was 2 years ago. And so then when I went back, he said, your blood supply is coming back over here. And I hadn't even been working on this side. I was working on this side, balancing it. And so I don't really know. I know there's blood supply here because I am now bleeding in the sink when I brush my teeth. So praise the Lord. And they can't explain it. This should never happen. So I'm hoping to be the first person that doesn't die from ONJ. Everyone else does. So yeah. So we'll show them the doctors, the MDs. Well, because I wanted to get the scan.
Oh, you want to show him.
Yeah, and they've got the fancy dancy, and because my insurance will pay for it. And you have to show proof that it did happen, just like with my heart. My heart regenerated. They said, oh, you got a dead spot, it's going away. My heart is better. I had cardiothoracic surgery in 2009, March 30th. My heart completely regenerated. And I am the first my cardiologist has seen where he hasn't done subsequent surgeries. I had one. So yeah.
Yeah.
Now, for the bone, we do know it was the microcurrent because even with the nutrition, it continued to degrade. And she even really upped the nutrition, but there was no electrical, just like if we don't have electrical heart, the tissue around will die. It will atrophy and
Yeah, so. And the question was, what do you attribute to, in this regard for the O and J, it would definitely be the microcurrent and the biofeedback. And she's been doing that, regularly, weekly, if not daily, since July. The Avasia. Yeah.
Because she had.
Go back to the gums. We got a gum question. Yeah, it's humic, fulvic, plant minerals. She uses the company that's been around about 30 years. You're using the longevity line. Yep. Yeah. And there's acidic. They actually have an electrical charge on theirs that's measured. So. So my understanding when there's too much bone growth, there's going to be an absorption issue that's going on, and we begin to look there first. Yeah. Anybody else? You have a different answer? Yeah. Typically like when they'll call it bone growth, bone spurs, bunions. The body's trying to lay down. Typically, a lot of times it's a stress point, like we talked about here. Just trying to lay it down, but it's not getting absorbed. Or at the tendon, or when we get these extra large knuckles, which is right. I've had clients this goes away. Those extra large knuckles. Yeah. And they call them some are just regular osteoarthritis. Remember the calcium in the bone will reabsorb when you put in the right nutrients. We use the microcurrent for the pain. But again, the missing tissue, we got to figure out why am I not absorbing the calcium, and it'll lay itself down in areas. But she was going to just add a story about her daughter's ankle.
No.
Oh, sorry, something else.
She broke her metatarpals, and the wonderful how do I put it? She broke her metatarpals, and they end up pulling her 3 weeks out of her cast early because insurance changed. So the metatarpals can heal. That's fine. Her dad decided to take her to the trampoline park for a birthday party. The week that she got the cast off. Okay, it's fine. She walked out. She went on the trampoline and broke her tibia and her fibula in her leg. When she broke them, it was pretty bad. So we've been dealing with Shriners Hospital. The doctors, she was in second grade. She's now in ninth. It's been a long journey. The doctor said just this last summer that the two bones had a bridge. A bone that was growing between the two, which you're not supposed to have a bridge. Couldn't explain why. Wasn't painful.
Yeah, because you couldn't.
It was on her leg. So she walked it up. The foot's out here. And it's not straight. So I'm concentrating straighten your foot. But it wasn't painful. And she's getting better. It's training everything using the Avasia. And I credit to the bone that was growing because I was doing everything that Yvonne had in her bag tricks to get this child to be able to walk and not gaining weight and having year after year being in a wheelchair as she's growing through elementary school and then into high school now. And they're interested in knowing what I know at Shriners Hospital, the specialist, because they haven't seen the bone grow like that. And they tracked her from when she was in second grade all the way to ninth. So it shouldn't have been healing that section. That's not where it was broken. But it for some reason where it was broke was down lower, and the bone was bridging up higher. Strength whole leg. And that is why he was interested because remember how she says, what's up here and dies down here. It went up above the break to strengthen it. So they're interested in her. It's in record of Shriners Hospital that they're concerned and they want to know more. So they're studying her. All to you.
And let you know. Yes. We want you guys to follow up so that we can share that here at Microcurrent Academy. Yeah. So it's coming up on 4 o'clock right now. Does anybody else have any other questions regarding your scan? Or the scans? Okay. Then I think what we're gonna do is, we're gonna ask you if you'll take some time to do an end of the day review. Let us know how the day went today. I think we had maybe a little bit more hands-on than yesterday. And our goal is to just, continue to help improve and get you in a position where you feel confident in what you're doing. Use your devices more. Share them. Do you have any questions for me before we pass out the reviews? Said she has enough information to be confused, but she's excited. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and there's different. Yeah, go ahead.
They've been using this space. For how many?
Well, the cosmonauts were using it before we were, because remember, they cannot use, they can't even do. So some of the questions are for those of you on the streaming is, how long have they been using this, and why aren't they doing the same research, for the body. And utilize these tools are there, but remember, the AMA says these are the tools we'll use, and that's what they do. And so to go outside of that, some you guys have heard this, I'm sure, for doctors and oftentimes nurses called golden handcuffs, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
You won't be able to hear it.
Okay.
Question? Can you hear?
I can.
Okay. My question is on the I guess the long bones are part of the immune protocol. What if you do not get a reaction or a dose, I guess it is, on the first point of the long bone protocol? Do you just move on or try to use the gel or get more hydration, or what is possible?
Yeah. So if you look in your books under immune protocol, I think we talked about it this morning, it shows the long bones. And you're going to go in and touching the tissue at the long bones, there's points, and you're gonna put your device on 90 if you happen to have the pinnacle. And this is all in the book. And I think it's 77 in some of the other devices. And you're gonna hold until you dose. So the question is, if she's not getting a dose, is that the question? Yeah, so, Mary, if you're not getting a blue and it goes all green, you know that it's zeroing out. I typically will try three times, and then I'll try move to something, whether it's painting some electrolytes into the area, using a little bit of spittle, tap that wetness out, just, because we've got minerals there. And or using, if you want to toss me that, let me just show them the Spectra gel. And you can order this from Parker Labs. This just happens to be the one we've used in the clinics. But just a little tiny bit, it's your electrode gel. And you can and this is a large one. This is like 3 years old. Buy the little $4 one. Okay. Most don't need this much. But you would go in and see if you can't get a dose from there. You're not looking to dose zero. You just get a dose at each of these points that are on the day that you're working on. Day 1, 2, 3, and 4 are different points. And you're actually going to go, if you start on the upper body, then you're going to go to the lower opposite side. Okay. And the pictures are in there. But yeah, you'll dose each of those points. That's one of the it's called long bones, and that was one of the ones like I did to improve my red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets. Yes. Anybody else? No. Nope, I'm just saying I improved my numbers. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So a lot of times that's why I teach on the symptom. We're relieving you of the symptom. Yeah. We're not saying the disease. And although somebody can talk about their own personal, my experience, her experience. Yeah. She likens it to acupuncture. And you can talk about symptom relief. You can talk about symptom relief. Yeah. And you can say what I would do. So there's just a little discussion back and forth about how the language that we use. And actually we've got someone on who has worked for a large company before. It might be fun to invite her in. And just maybe get the other side's viewpoint of some of the things that we're currently talking about. If that's something you would be open to, we'd love to hear. We also have a lawyer, and maybe we can ask him. How do we keep our practitioners safe in their verbiage? Yeah. Yep. Yes. Right. Yes. Am I eating for wellness, or am I eating? Is this going to make me well, or is this going to make me ill? Yes, absolutely.
What is it, Mary? They call the R's: recover, regenerate, rebuild, restore.
You can use those words.
You can use the R word.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what I told Dr. Wallace. Rebuild, regenerate, restore, recover. All the R words. There's 11 without it being considered medical. Yeah, because that was what the FDA told Dr. Wallace he could say about this nutrient, except for selenium.
There was one about omegas that everybody about heart health now with omegas. It was because he was one that helped sue, they sued the FDA. There's 20 suits and they've currently won, I believe he said 13 now.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was 12 or 13. Anyway, more than anybody else ever. Yeah. So any other questions? I'm gonna have you guys take our review, and then I think we are done for the day. If you don't have anything.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And for those of you on streaming, if you reach out to us, Microcurrent Academy, and we would love to have you fill out these review forms, or if you did receive them in your email in the PDF. Did they? If you didn't, you will. She's saying you will get them tonight. With the other things that there'll be a couple other things. We'd love it. We're trying to do this, one day at a time, just so that we can better improve what we're doing here. All right?
So what PM alarm? Why?
We did not. Yeah. Traditional Chinese medicine.
Oh.
Yeah. Traditional Chinese medicine. Do you want to stay for that? We'll pick up on that. It's 45 minutes. Yeah. So if you have your reviews, we would love to have them before you depart. And we're available if you have anything else. And for anybody, if you want to stick around and, do 10 minutes of goggles, kind of check it out. For those of you, should we want to stream this, Michelle? Goggles? Oh, I guess we're going to stream goggles. Okay.
We need to know anybody has met bar.
Nope, unless you don't like your picture. I'll send you your picture and and Adele can prop anyone out. Say hi to Mary. Say hi to Mary. It looks like and we can't see everybody on the other streams, but Yep. And Goggles has its own book. It's considered on the advanced. I'm not going to teach on it, but we're certainly going to have you give it a try. And I'll answer the questions the best I can. Let me look that up real quick. At a very minimum, you can always do 77 for scar tissue. And then you can do 121 for inflammation and 712 for relaxing the eye as well as helping with overall eye health. Yes, that's a protein. Yeah. There's a reason why that floater is not moving out. So sometimes electrically, you get a little power behind the action and the body takes care of itself. Yes. They were asking about floaters. Interesting. For today. Yeah. Have you been using the goggles? Okay. Got goggles you're not using. Let's not let that happen to you. You're like, bring them my way, right? Okay, let's have anybody that's interested in the goggles, if you wanna sit in those, the back. MB, where would be the easiest way to put this right here? Is that easy? Okay. Yeah, don't pull that too. Yes, they can. Yep, sure. You mean.
Now, what if you have well, you're president.
The other left. Every morning, you turn on your light, driving, and you back the trailer into
Cameraman behind the camera.
So Linda, you will have all the ideas on your.
Have you want to? You're probably too busy, huh? Yeah, yeah. And well, I'm not, you can't go low. But yes, you could stimulate point if you want time. Yeah, that's possible. Not that I'm aware. So, no.
On the Santa shop and look at the prices.
Yeah, that's what I was quoting.
Some good deals going on right now.
You know what's really weird? How hard it was to get Sauna shop.
I know.
From Abazia, the Sauna shop. Like why?
It should be some of my husband said the same thing.
Aren't they trying to salvage anything?
Right? Yes, ma'am.
Are we still on, Michelle? Over here? Let me just check the schedule. Okay. Do we want to be, or you want, we can do a second round? Oh, I just wanted to know.
Recording stopped.
Paragogs ring, we're gonna do paragogs ring and shoulder.
At 9:30.
At 9:30, yeah.
Okay.
So, because we're also gonna make sure connected with the community, so you've got other resources, like you said, available.
But that's 9 to 9:30, right?
Correct, the revision and this. So 9:30, I'm gonna talk about paragogs, and then we're gonna go into a hands-on. This one is very simple, we're all gonna do it ourselves
Yeah.
on the paragogs. So the demo is us
I was just
getting
trying to
together.
determine if we're gonna miss anything really crucial, but or is it something that we could review on the Zoom? Because we should be here.
Yeah,
like
we
late.
can always review everything, it's completely up to you. Okay?
We'll talk about it.
Yeah, but that's that whole allergies, immune system.
She's got allergies.
Up the wazoo. Well, this is a fun one, and you might feel more comfortable walking through it, because in the beginning, you're like, what?
Yeah. Exactly.
Macarena.
Yeah. Okay. Very. Thank you. Tell us.
So what am I? And did everybody turn in their reviews for today? Okay. Let me check. Christina? Yes, Christina? I'm sorry. Reviews, she's going home.